Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the Education Funding Task Force. It is 9 o'clock, so we're going to go ahead and get started today. A little bit different weather than yesterday, so hopefully everyone had a much easier commute in this morning and a safer commute as well. So a couple of housekeeping items before we get started. Research has provided chapters 3 and 5 of the West Ed study that was referenced yesterday. They will be sending out electronically the entire study, but it was over, I believe, 160 some odd pages. So you will be receiving the rest of that electronically. So thank you to staff for being so quick and responsive in getting that information to us. So committee today, we will start with bilingual waiting, and when we break for lunch, we are all on our own. I know we all have scheduled trying to maximize our time here in Topeka, so we will be on our own for lunch, and then this afternoon we will pick back up with discussion. So are there any questions? Okay, we will proceed with a review of how weightings affect state foundation aid, and we'll start with Nick Myers, I believe. Are you first up, Nick? Yes. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong side. Yes, overview of the history of bilingual waiting. Sorry, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, task force members. Members of the task force, the bilingual waiting. This memorandum in front of you from my office, the Office of Revisor of Statutes, provides an overview of the current bilingual waiting and then a little bit of the history of the bilingual waiting as it has existed in Kansas statutes and the school finance formula over the years. So the current bilingual weighting under the KESA, the Kansas School Equity and Enhancement Act, this weighting is established in KSA 725150, and this weighting is determined based on the number of students who are enrolled in and receiving services under a school district's bilingual education program. So to determine the weighting in the school finance formula that a school district receives, the statute provides that the school district shall receive the greater of either a contact hour determination or a head count determination. So the contact hour determination weighting is you multiply the full-time equivalency enrollment in the district's bilingual education program by a weighting factor of 0.395. So that is contact hours times 0.395 for bilingual education programs. The other option is a head count determination. This is simply the number of students that are enrolled in the district's bilingual education program multiplied by a weighting factor of 0.185. So the highest resulting product of those two determinations results in the bilingual weighting for the school district. And then generally, as I've said before, if you want to think about it this way, to determine the amount of funding that's generated through the finance formula pursuant to the bilingual weighting, you would multiply that weighting by the base aid amount that's provided in statute. So just a little bit of background about what state law requires regarding bilingual education programs. As I said, the bilingual weighting, those students have to be in a bilingual education program, and this bilingual education program has to be one that is approved by the State Board of Education. So these programs have to meet the standards and criteria established by the state board, and you can see on page 2 of my memo, I kind of summarize the standards and criteria that are required of the state board by statute. So the state board by statute is required to establish the standards and criteria for the services that shall be provided in the bilingual education programs, the criteria for identification of students who need services, and then also an evaluation and how to evaluate students who are receiving services, which also includes exit procedures based on a student's English language proficiency. So to count a student in the FTE or head count options for the bilingual weighting, the State Board of Education specifically requires the student has to qualify for bilingual services, and then the teacher has to be appropriately licensed to teach in a bilingual education program. And I do want to note that there are specific details of those requirements specific to the qualification of students and the qualification of teachers and the appropriate licensure. These details are provided in the Kansas State Department of Education's enrollment handbook, and it provides specifically on pages 40 through 44 of the 2024-2025 enrollment handbook guidance on how students are to be identified, and then the appropriate licensure for teachers for students to qualify for this weighting. I do provide a couple of examples to help the task force out. So in these examples, you can see in that first example there on page 2, this hypothetical school district has an FTE contact hour enrollment of 24.4 and a headcount enrollment of 60 students. So you multiply the FTE enrollment by the weighting factor of 0.395, and you can see there it results in a weighting of 9.6. And then alternatively, you multiply the headcount enrollment of the 60 times the weighting factor of 0.185, and that results in a weighting of 11.1. Well, the 11.1 is the greater of the two. That would be the weighting for the school district. I provide another example there, the second example, where it's the inverse, where the contact hour enrollment is actually the highest of the two weightings, and that would be the weighting that the school district receives under that scenario. So a little bit of the history of the bilingual weighting. This bilingual weighting was first enacted as part of the SDF QPA in 1992, the School District Finance and Quality Performance Act. This was originally a component of the program weighting, what was known as a program weighting. This just essentially was a weighting that included both the bilingual and the career technical education weighting. I will just only call it the bilingual weighting because it's existed in the same fashion. So from 1992 through 2005, the bilingual weighting was determined by multiplying the FTE enrollment, the contact hour determination, in a school district's bilingual education program by a weighting factor of 0.2. So that contact hour was 0.2 through 2005, but then in 2005, the legislature amended that weighting and increased the weighting factor to that 0.395 weighting factor for the contact hour weighting. And then that weighting factor, as you can tell, has remained the same since then at that 0.395 level. The headcount enrollment option that I discussed was enacted as part of the KESA in 2017, the Kansas School Equity and Enhancement Act. This option, that headcount option, and the associated 0.185 weighting factor associated with that option have remained the same since that time. There was just when the KESA was first enacted, bilingual weighting was determined based on the preceding year enrollment, but then in 2018, the legislature switched it back over to current year enrollment determinations. But that was the only change through there. So really, the bilingual weighting has relatively remained the same for quite a long time. So just a few other considerations that I wanted to point out regarding the bilingual weighting and how bilingual programs function. First, I wanted to point out that state law requires every school district to establish a bilingual education fund, and then all expenses of a school district's bilingual education program that are attributable to that bilingual education services have to be paid out via the school district's bilingual education fund. And then I do want to note that any monies that do remain inside in the bilingual education fund of a school district at the end of a school year, those have to be carried forward into the next year in that same bilingual fund and be expended for bilingual services. Commencing in 2018, the legislature enacted a requirement regarding the local option budget. And so the legislature requires that a certain amount of monies from the district's supplemental general fund, or otherwise known as the local option budget, the fund that all the local option budget monies go into, that the certain amount of monies from that local option budget supplemental general fund be transferred to the school district's bilingual education fund. And the amount that is transferred from the LOB to the bilingual education fund is essentially the amount that the school district raises via their LOB that's attributable to their bilingual weighting. So there is that mandatory LOB transfer. And with respect to that mandatory LOB transfer, I do want to note in Gannon 6, the Supreme Court decision in Gannon 6, leading up to that decision, plaintiffs, after that the legislature enacted that change in 2018, plaintiffs contended that that mandatory transfer violated the equity component of the test for constitutional finance system under Article 6. And they essentially argued that the amounts transferred per student under that provision will vary among school districts due to each district adopting a different local option budget, or that local option budgets can vary. The Kansas Supreme Court essentially held that the mandatory transfer of the bilingual funds, that provision does not cause a lack of reasonably equal access to substantially similar educational opportunity through similar tax effort, otherwise the equity standard, and therefore does not violate the equity component of Article 6, this test for constitutional school finance system. And Madam Chair and members of the task force, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you so much, Nick. Before we open it up for questions, I do want to let the task force know that Dr. Gibson is joining us online. Dr. Gibson, we wish you the best and are glad you're filling up to joining us today. So, questions from the task force. Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to understand the reasoning. I can see FTE for students who need bilingual services, but I don't understand the portion about headcount. Why do we need headcount in there?
I'd have to look at the 2018 change, like the minutes for the 2018 change, to see if there was a reason put forth for that. But I think if I'm going to guess, it provided another option for certain school districts to kind of receive monies under their bilingual education programs. And it just was a way for certain school districts to probably get a little bit more money than what they were going to be provided under the contact hour determination.
It appears to me that when we look at the examples, if you have more students, that you would want to take the head count enrollment, because we're looking at 11.1 and it's whichever is larger, and yet they have 24.4. Yes, I would like to know the reasoning behind involving headcount at all as opposed to FTE. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I believe Dr. Harwood.
So in order to be counted in the bilingual headcount, you still have to qualify as needing bilingual services. So you still have to qualify. With the minutes served, you have to be able to hire a person that has the bilingual or the ELL endorsement. Sometimes that is difficult, but you still are providing additional, additional services for those students, but then would not be eligible for the funding because you couldn't hire the individual. So I think in 2018, some of that was considered of that there is an increased cost to education for a student that needs bilingual services, even if you aren't able to hire somebody who is licensed as an ELL teacher. So I think it was a combination in there, and Director Rooker may have more information on anything specific on that. But the most important thing is that you do still have to be qualified to receive the services and being in need of additional services. So that's what the funding was for.
Senator Petty.
So I actually have a couple of questions, but I'm going to start with this first one. Nick, either you can answer it or Dr. Harwood can answer it. I know that I think maybe in 1996 or 7, that there was the state in conjunction with the regions, provided that you could get your ELL certification. It was paid for. Does this ring a bell for anybody here? I'm just wondering if we're still feeling the effects of that input of, to increase the number of ELL certified instructors. If we're, I mean, it sounds like a long time ago, but I'm just wondering, do you know?
Dr. Harwood.
So because of the funding formula, districts were incentivized to have more teachers that had the ELL endorsement. And so for a long period of time, districts did pay for the ELL endorsement so that they would then be able to capture the minutes that those individuals were working with students. So I think that went across the state of different programs to do that. In some cases, districts, if they have like an ELL cluster site, which means one building has, they try to provide, or they provide ELL services, a condition of employment could be that you have an ELL endorsement to do that. In the 90s and probably through the 2000s, districts were paying to provide that. I don't know if any universities were actually providing it for, I mean, without cost. I mean, when I was working in Lawrence, we were paying for folks to obtain that licensure because on the end, that increased funding because of it. So there was a big push and still is a push that if you have a high number of ELL students, that you are requiring or in some way incentivizing teachers to become ELL endorsed.
Thanks for that. I couldn't remember if there was actually any state funding that was put in for that or not.
I don't remember at the time if there was or not.
I don't either. I just know that there was I didn't take advantage of it, but I knew there was a big push. That was my first question. My second one, so with 2018 and then with it becoming that through the local option budget, so was there already within the local option budget reflection of this ELL funding?
No, there was not. There's two mandatory transfer provisions that came in 2018. There was an at-risk requirement to transfer a proportionate amount of at-risk funds, and then also a proportionate amount of your bilingual weighting from your local option budget. And those were the first two that came in regarding mandatory transfers from the LOB to certain other established funds.
And then that was, that amount was then reflected in the 2018 legislation about what proportion of the local option budget had to be, go towards ELL?
Yeah, so it requires, it looks at the amount essentially that is raised from total foundation aid by the bilingual weighting, or in this case, the bilingual weighting, and then a proportionate amount that's attributable to that weighting from the LOB that's raised via the LOB is required to be transferred from the local option budget supplemental general fund into a district's bilingual fund.
Thank you.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a follow-up. And what we heard from Dr. Harwood makes sense, that of course, if you have students that are, you know, we always called it ESL. I guess it's ELL now. It seems like they're one and the same. English is a second language instructor. If you didn't have somebody on staff, of course, you still are having to provide additional services. That makes sense. But wouldn't that still show up in FTE? Again, I'm still trying to understand why we have the head count as accounting for anything. You still would have those students that would need those services. So it seems like the FTE amount, whether you had somebody on staff that's, you know, qualified or certified, licensed in that or not, you would still have the FTE, correct?
Dr. Harwood.
So they would still count in your unweighted FTE. The head count for bilingual gives a weighted FTE just because that student qualified for ELL services. The minutes are a completely different way to calculate that and is not based on how many students you have, but how many hours of service you provide during the year. And so the way that's calculated is you actually look at service minutes for all students total, divide by the students, and then you divide by, you get it into hours, and you divide by 6 to get it into a full-time equivalent, and then you multiply by the multiplier. So the head count is based solely on how many qualified students are there. The other one is not directly related to how many students are there, but how many minutes of service you provide from a licensed or an endorsed staff member.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I must not be making myself very clear. When I'm looking at these two different ways to do the weighting, one says FTE enrollment for the students who would need those services, and the other says total head count of students in the school. And each of those have a weighting factor, and whichever one is higher is the one that you would receive funding. So I'm trying to understand, from what you're telling me makes perfect sense, but neither of those things seem to fit into either of these formulas.
I'm going to call on Representative Estes. She believes she has some clarification for us.
I think this might be because you have some schools, like I can think of some examples in Wichita where you have Horace Mann Elementary, Irving Elementary, that almost their entire student population is ELL. And that just makes, when you have that high concentration, I think it just kind of makes it different on how you count them and how much of what you're doing, like everything in the school is really ELL, whether or not someone is necessarily endorsed. Everything kind of centers around that because there's such a commonality. I think that might be kind of the answer you're looking for.
Well, that would make sense for the FTE because almost all of your students then would have a weighting, right, because of the ESL situation. So you would have more, but if I'm a school and I have 13, like in our example, I have 24 students that would need ESL training or additional services, but I have total 60. I'm not the school you're talking about. And I'm like, hey, we can go with the fact that we have 60 students and we're going to get more funding because it ends up being 11.1. Just why are we allowing that head count to have anything to do with that when the FTE seems to take care of the whole thing? Because you have a lot of students in that school, so that would be a higher FTE waiting for bilingual services.
If you can find the people with endorsements.
But do you have to have that that you're providing more services? So instead, we're going to go to a head count of your entire school.
So to me, that's just, I wasn't there when that decision
Yeah.
was made, but
It's still confusing to me, and I'm still not understanding why we have head count involved at all.
okay.
Okay, we're going to volley
Thank
back
you.
to Dr. Harwood. So Dr. Harwood.
So if you look at the example, I think you're looking at on page 2, the first example, in that school, there are 60 students out of how many, 100 or 200 students, whatever it is, 60 students qualify as English language learners. So that's the head count part. And so if you multiply it by the 0.15, you get 11.1. If you take the time that those 60 students are then working with a licensed, an ELL endorsed educator, and then you convert it to hours and you divide by 6 to get another number, that's where the 24.4 comes. So the 24.4 is not the number of students. That's a calculation based on how much those 60 students are working with an ELL endorsed teacher. So in this case, those students are not working with ELL endorsed staff enough to surpass what you would get just by there are 60 students and you get the weighting. In the second example, they do. And some districts are able to maximize the time that ELL students are working with endorsed students and other districts are not. And I think this looks at the difference, again, going back to that student that needs those services is an additional expense to help educate them. This is just two different ways to come about with the funding.
Thank you, that makes sense.
Dr. Nitzwander. No. Anyone else for Nick? Nick, I do have a couple of questions, and this may be for research, so if it is, just tell me to hold for them. But are you familiar with the post-audit that was done on the bilingual funding and expenditures in 2020?
Yes, I'd have to look again at that, to be able to speak on it, but yes, generally I am.
Okay, so when I read that, for you as the reviser, are the laws that are cited in that still applicable? Have they been changed since this audit was done, do you know?
They should not, not that I would be aware of. That we did not do any, as I said in my briefing of the weighting and kind of the statutes surrounding the bilingual programs, I'm not aware of any changes since 2018 to the weightings or those statutes.
And so when you talked about the funding and the bilingual fund that's mandatory for those expenses to be paid out of, in the LPA report, it shows that the vast majority of the money is going for services provided in the regular classroom. Do you know if that's still the case?
I don't. I can't speak to that.
Okay, I'll save that for research because I have some pointed questions about the results of this audit. Because in this audit, regular classroom teachers and paras make up 60%. 20% were ESOL teachers. So in light of the conversation we just had about why two different weightings, but the bigger thing that I want to focus on is how's it working for us? How we're funding our ELL population, how's it working for us? And if the statistics still hold true, our students are taking 5 to 8 years to pass the KELPA. And I've administered the KELPA for many years. I think we have some of the same issues around the KELPA as we do state assessments in general. And that is, what's the motivation for students to do their best on any assessment that we give them? KELPA included, because in the building that I was in, this is anecdotal, a lot of those students did not want to exit the program, even though they possibly could have, based on the qualifications, because they got to be with their peers, they got to do certain activity. You know, it was a social construct created in that particular building. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think there's variables at play here that we need to look beyond. Okay, where did we come up with the 0.395 and the 0.185? Are those, how does that correlate to helping kids advance? National average, I believe, is more like 2 to 4 years, 2 to 5 years. Our kids are 5 to 8. So are there better ways to do it? But I'll delve more into the results of the audit, and if the data or the trends still are holding true, I think there's a lot for us to glean from that in our discussion of how maybe we can use those funds to better help those kiddos succeed. So thank you. Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is actually based on a couple points that you just made. It's that are interesting. It sounds like the example of kids who are more comfortable staying in that cohort. That to me sounds like it's a pull-out program where you have this group of students that are interacting and experiencing the school day with each other, versus the idea that you have an ELL licensed teacher teaching in a general ed classroom, helping those students keep up with that class that is the general ed classroom. So I think we also need to explore the pros and cons of those approaches, and that would be, I would defer to the education community, but I do think there is a difference, and I don't think we should discount the general classroom experience.
I'm not saying we should discount it. My question is, because from what I'm understanding is ELL funds are being used to pay regular classroom teacher salaries who do not have the ELL endorsement. Now, I could be wrong on that, but then they might have a para who is offering support under the direction of an ELL. At least that's what the audit seems to indicate, and I could be wrong on that, but that's how I'm reading the report. So if we could get some clarification on that, Dr. Nenswood.
So as an example, because I represent the median size, we have 3 ELL students in our district. We have 1 endorsed teacher, which typically your endorsed teacher is a regular classroom teacher. Each one of those students receives 30 minutes of ELL services each day, and she coordinates that. Now, those 3 with the minute wise, they generate $845 for our district. But we pay to get her endorsed, and then we pay her an additional $6,000 a year for the planning, the additional prepping, so while it might supplement the cost of it, it doesn't go to the point, and we're also looking at getting teachers ESL endorsed in all 3 buildings, just because we're looking at the trend that most likely might come our way with our location in Northeast Kansas, that we've got to prepare that there may be more that come. But I want to add to the CALPA, and this might be something that research wants to look at. I don't remember what year, but there's 4 sections of the CALPA, and they have to be proficient twice. And at one point, it used to be that they had to be proficient twice in consecutive years. Well, you might have a kid that was proficient in 4 of the areas. The next year, they messed up on one of them. So it was dragging 5, 6, 7 years, and the field said, let us make the determination. So at some point, it was removed, the consecutive part. That as long as you demonstrated proficiency in all 4 areas over a period of time, because there was a backlog in a lot of our districts that were having more kids move in, they didn't have the staff to provide, so they were exiting kids that, in their professional opinion, had met it, but it wasn't so there was a change to that. So I think when research looks into the CALPA, when you look at the years, there's going to be a dip because they removed consecutive out of the requirements for students. So before I forgot about that, we might want to remember or look at what year was it that the state removed consecutive out of the kids having to, because you'll see all of a sudden, well, wait a minute, all of a sudden in 1 year, numbers might have changed. That's probably when they took consecutive out.
Is it still that a student remains on the funding, the waiting for a year after they test out of the program? Even though they're not receiving services, but they stay on the funding for a year after they no longer qualify for services. If so, I'd like to know how many students that typically is in a year. Director Rooker.
Well, I wonder if that's a function of the difference between when you count them.
That's not reflected in the audit, but I would like to know if that's still the case and how that works in practice, because apparently that's the law. They stay on for a year after they no longer qualify, and I'd like to know how many kids that that is affecting and how that actually works, because the audit doesn't go in depth in that. So, Dr. Nunswetter.
I do recall when we were meeting with some of our southwest districts that when we were going through the conversation about removing the consecutive, their input was, well, just because they may have met proficiency twice, they still monitored them for another year because a lot of those kids would revert back to their native and back to, so they monitored them for another year, which might be part of, I don't have the answer about the funding, but I do remember a lot of conversations like with Garden City, Dodge City Liberal, they're saying that while they may have exited the program because they met proficiency twice, they still monitor them for another year to make sure they don't revert back to, so that might be part of that conversation.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So many things are coming up with this discussion. It might take another entire day just to get through ELL in itself. But according to statute, as I recall, it's current year for the weighting. So if they're taking it to the next year, that's really, to me, kind of in violation or not in the intent of the statute. So I do think we need to look at that, how many students, if that's a policy or a guideline, it probably is counter to what statute says, no matter what the reasoning is. So we should probably look in that. So I'd make a note of that to, KLRD to take a look at that. The second thing I would just note in terms of, looking at our neighboring states, Kansas has the most robust funding for ELL of our neighboring states. In fact, Kansas exceeds Colorado in total funding. They have the Tabor, which, prevents them from increasing taxes. But there's a couple of things. I loved what you said about, well, is it working? And you've said that over and over. And I think that honestly, it might require us to slow down in how we're moving forward, because I think every single weighting that we are actually looking to maintain in some level, we need to evaluate, number one, comparatively, what are we doing in other states? Number two, we need to be really digging into the outcomes for that group. So for example, the ELL, wouldn't the state be sending those outcomes or targets to the federal government? If so, then we've got a log of how they're doing over time if it's 35,000 students, and we need to be evaluating that over a period of a decade so we can see, is this money really doing what it's supposed to be doing? What's the average time? The other thing is, Madam Chair, you have been very good about pulling out legislative post audits, and I serve on that committee, and I forget after all these years all the audits that we've done. So for the corresponding weighting that we're doing, I think it'd be great to bring or to have staff pull those audits for the committee so they're right on hand, because we've mentioned it several times, and sometimes when they are mentioned, the audits don't have anything to do with what we're remembering that they do. And that was yesterday, I think, that they were mentioned. And then the third thing I would say is I'd like to, and maybe with KLRD, get a better idea about the Title III funding and what are we getting federally for ELL, and do we back that off of what we give in state funds, or is that just on top of and sent out to the districts? So I'll just put that one out there for the next step.
Yeah, it's on top of, I believe, but for the sake of, we do have discussion time set aside. I do want to go ahead and maybe some of the things we're thinking about will be addressed by KLRD. So we're going to go ahead. Please, if you have questions, hold those, write those down, don't lose those. But we're going to go ahead and get that presentation in, and then we'll see if that answers some of our concerns. Nick, did you have something else?
I do want to add just a few pieces of extra information for the committee. So as I said with my memo, the legislature has directed the state board to oversee and approve of district bilingual education programs. And the state board is the entity that is by statute the one in control and overseeing those approved bilingual education programs. And Madam Chair, your question about counting students after they've taken the KELPA and maybe shown proficiency. I do want to note, and this is from the department's handbook, their enrollment handbook, they do have on page 41, and it will be updated, I'm sure, for the next school year, but for the most recent school year, on page 41, it does say that it describes how to exit a student from a bilingual education program, and one, it's a proficient or fluent score on the KELPA examination, and then there are two statuses that can occur after that. One, a student can be monitored, and that means the student is being monitored but not receiving services, and under the enrollment handbook it says that that monitored student will not be receive bilingual funding for a student on monitored status, but there is a transitional status where the district has chosen to provide bilingual services for 1 year following a proficient KELPA, and during that year the contact minutes shall be provided, and district does receive funding for that transitional year. Just a little bit of information there. So,
Thank you. That's very helpful. I wonder if that is what's happening in practice, because I'm maybe perhaps seeing a discrepancy in what the audit found is happening in practice versus those guidelines. So thank you for that, Nick. Appreciate it. We are going to move on to the presentation on the modeling of bilingual weighting. Jennifer Light with research. Welcome back.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the task force. I apologize, we are printing the comparative document currently, so you will have that here shortly, but it is not up here at this point. So I'm just going to go ahead and start by talking about the models themselves, and then you'll be able to look at the comparative document when we get it up here. We are also printing the bilingual 2020 audit for you as well currently, so that should be up here this morning for you as well, for you to be able to take a look at over the lunch hour or this morning as you're having your discussions. So, all of that being said, I'm Jennifer Light. As we all know, I'm with KLRD, but hello again. Welcome back to day 2. Similar to yesterday's models, we have provided some standard models for you across the board. So again, we have the no bilingual weighting model up first. If you'd like, I can walk through the columns again. I know we've all slept overnight since the last time we've seen these, or I can go ahead and just keep talking about the actual specific numbers.
Just go over the format, refresh our memory for that. And I think based on yesterday, it's the same. So I think we'll be able to move quicker than we did yesterday, trying to understand how to read.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So columns A through D are the same on all of the documents. Those are the characteristics for each of the districts. We did print these both by USD and by funding sources, so you will have the two groupings of them back to back stapled. It says 1 through 8, then 1 through 8 again to try to make that as easy to understand which section you're in. The column D is the total adjusted enrollment for each of those districts, and all of the data that is either in green or isn't from the characteristics comes from the Legal Max 2025 530 version of this document. So columns E through H deal with state foundation aid information. Column E is the total weighted FTE for each district. Column F is the weightings, total weighting FTE. So for this one, it's bilingual. Column G is the total state foundation aid that each district gets. And then column H would be if the model was being used for this, what would that state foundation aid be? Columns I through K are specifically for the weighting, so you can see how the funding there changes between the different models. So for this one, we have the standard, column I is the standard weighting from what is in Legal Max currently for fiscal year 25. And then column J would be as if there is no bilingual weighting funding, so you can see they're all zeros because we removed the weighting entirely. Column K is the difference between the two. This section comes into play more when we're doing models that change the weighting more than just removing the weighting, but for consistency, we give it to you across all of them. Columns L through N deal with the local option budget. So then you have the fiscal year 2025 computed LOB is in column L. That's the legal max current. Then column M would be what the model has instead of that. And then column N would be that difference again, just so you can see that at a quick glance what that changes. Columns O and P are total changes. So column O is a combination of, in this document, the rest of them, it comes from the model state foundation aid, so I'll call that out as well. But in the no weighting, it is a combination of column K and column N, because we take the model amount and we take the computed LOB out. And then column P is a percentage of how much that difference is from the current state foundation aid and local option budget. So if you just removed the bilingual weighting in its entirety, that would be $51.5 million that could then be used in either a different weighting or some other way that with a new weighting, however you decide to use it. But that would be as if you just removed it entirely. This weighting includes $51.5 million in state foundation aid, and then it includes just under $16.9 million in local option budget for that. So I'm going to talk about the move to base before I open it up for questions, because I think that's the one we seem to compare the two between back and forth quite often. On this document, when we're looking at column P, which is the total difference state foundation aid and computed local option budget, that is using the model difference from state foundation aid and the model difference from the computed. So that's column I and column O. So, and that is the way the rest of them do it as well. The only reason the base one does it the other way is because we didn't want to add another column that would just make another column on your document. So column I and column O become column P to make a total difference on this document. As a reminder, when we add it to the base, what we did is we took the total number of the weighting, so the total difference of the 51.5 million, and then divided that by the number of weighted FTE when we remove the bilingual students. We also removed the special education state aid weighting, the COLA weighting, and the ancillary weighting, because those are done by specific districts for a specific dollar amount. And so those weightings are really backed into based on that dollar amount. And so therefore we just remove those to figure out how much additional base you would need to have. For this model, and I'd remind you that in all models that have a different base, we have that up in the upper left-hand corner. So actual base is 5,378. For this model, adding the base back, or adding the weighting into the base becomes $5,457 per pupil, and then we use that as we go forward. With that, Madam Chair, I do want to say that Nick talked a lot about the fact that there is funding that goes specifically to the LOB and would go into a fund. In our models that we look at, specifically the two where we remove it entirely, that dollar amount does not exist, which would free up. So in the base, if you use the base formula, you would basically be freeing up money to be used for general purposes, because there would no longer be a specific weighting that would be used that would then have to be transferred. So I did want to point out with that, with these ones that have transfers, that if you remove it entirely, there will no longer be a reason to have that fund, because there would no longer be a weighting to use for them to pull the fund. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for questions on these first two, and we can work through the rest of them as you so desire.
Thank you. Director Rucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for clarity's sake, in order to produce these models, we should remember that the nuance of which district is currently using which weighting option is not factored in. These are just static. Each set of, each separate spreadsheet is a specific model applied universally, right?
That's correct. So for the no base and the base rolled into, and for no weighting and the weighting rolled into the base, we assumed that everything stayed exactly the same. So everybody used either head count or hours, whichever they had decided to do, and that is what we removed. When we get into the ones farther back where we say head count only or the hours only, those models, we make the assumption that we are using just whichever one is designated. So if it says head count only, that would, every district was using head count. We did not go back and forth between the two. If we say hours only, that is only the hours side, and then whatever the multiplier is that we have listed. So, but each of these are their own standalone. And again, I'd remind you, this is a single weighting. This is not a, this does not affect any of the other weightings. So with this version, high and low enrollment stayed exactly the same as it is currently. This does not take into account any of the models we looked at yesterday for high or low enrollment. It does not add them in as part of it. We will, of course, be happy to run those when we get a little bit closer to an idea of the specific models that you are wanting to look at really in depth, but for the purposes of understanding each weighting and what it does, this is just this weighting.
Any other questions for Jennifer on this? Senator Petty.
So Jennifer, if you look at one specific school district and so on the first run that we have, the no bilingual weighting with current multipliers, that's just taking out the bilingual weighting totally. So if I follow through on a district, then I can see that what that's reflected in column N, and then the percentage in column P. That's correct?
The total would be in column O. Column N is just the LOB. So on the no bilingual weighting, column N is the LOB, column K would be the state foundation aid removal, column O is the total.
Okay. Then if I look at the no bilingual weighting amount added to the base, so then on this one, the bilingual weighting is taken out and then added back in to the base?
So that's where we took the total dollar amount for the bilingual and then included that as a raise to the base. So instead of using the base as 5,378, your multiplier for base would be 5,457 for the total weighted FTE.
So that's column E?
We do not, so on this version of the document, we do not include the weighted FTEs that would be the change. We'd be happy to put those on future models if that's what you're wanting to see, is how exactly the total weighted FTE is there. But the model weighted FTE is not on this currently. But you can get to it on this model by basically subtracting out the bilingual column F from column E.
Okay.
So if that is something that the committee would like to have in the future, is to have what the new weighted FTE numbers are, we'd be happy to do so. This was just an attempt to give you as much information as possible while still maintaining not a million columns for you to look at. So, but we are always happy to make the adjustments that people, so if that is something we want in future ones, please let us know.
And just the last thing, so on the no bilingual weighting amount added to the base, that also there is some reflection within the LOB, right? There would be some change there as well.
Okay.
Yes, and that is because the LOB would also change dollar amounts because the base increases over the dollar amount that is the current LOB base.
All right, thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so when we look at these two, for example, the bilingual weighting for hours and those that are for the head count, and they get to choose which one is higher, I'm assuming that they also must report the number of contact hours, and that's how you were able to come up with the two options here?
Yes, so in the Legal Max document itself, that is posted online by KSD every year, they do have all four, they have the options shown, so you can see what their contact hours are versus the head count. That is an official out there, so we do have it to be able to do the modeling either which way.
Okay, so they absolutely have to report both. They can choose which one they want to use. But again, this is another case of where that's not going to produce better outcomes for students. They're just choosing the higher of the two. And probably to equalize or hold harmless from wherever they started with, but I can just see a big difference in the districts that I'm looking at between the two of how much money that they're receiving. And so obviously they're choosing the higher. And are they getting better results?
Okay, any other questions or any specific runs that you would like Jennifer to go over or you have questions on at this point? I think we're getting the hang of this run thing, Jennifer.
Yeah.
so-
Madam Chair, just to be clear, I want to just run through really quick what the different ones are in front of you.
Certainly.
And then I do, my lovely coworkers have been able to bring up the documents. So we do have the overview in front of you. I'm going to touch on that really briefly just to make sure we all still are on the same page. Again, these are just the overviews of the different ones side by side. So for bilingual, you have the current model in green, which is what is in Legal Max currently. Then you have the model with no bilingual, just remove the weighting entirely. Yellow is the model with bilingual funding in the base. Then we have the bilingual weighting with only the hours at a 0.2 factor, bilingual weighting with only the hours at a 0.395 factor. With the reason we chose both of these, 0.2 factor was a factor at the beginning in 92. I think it was in the original. Nick's nodding at me. So 92's factor was 0.2, so we were showing a reflection of what it would be if we were back at the beginning of that school finance formula. So the 0.395 is the hours weighting currently. So that is what we're looking at in the orange section. The grayed out one is the bilingual head count, and that's head count only with 0.185, which is the current factor. And then we did a model on two weightings, and that's the one I want to talk to you a little bit about so you have a little bit more information before you get into your discussions, which should be the last one in your packet with a title page in front of it that is very long, but it basically says two bilingual weightings, hours, and then it has the multipliers on it. So with this version of the run, one of the things we have discussed in other versions, or in the versions for transportation, possibly looking forward, is having different weightings depending on specific factors. With this one, the factor that was run is a higher multiplier for newcomers. And so newcomers are students who have been in the U.S. for a year or less, who need to be needing to have the bilingual assistance. So that is not all students who have come into the U.S. in the last, or to Kansas in the last year, nor is it all students who, not all students who have come in, it is students who are then taking and actually using the services. So, so that multiplier is 0.395, and then we have the rest of the bilingual students at a lower weighting of the head count weighting, which was 0.185. So In this model, what we did is we basically divided it and said newcomers, the students who need the most help in that first year, would have the higher weighting of the two that we currently have, and then the rest of them would have the lower weighting that we have as one of the two options. I want to specifically mention that this version of the models does have suppressed information due to the fact that that we would be calling out students with less than 10. And so the way that this model was run for the committee for today is using, if there are less than 10 students who have bilingual services within a district, KSDE provided to KLRD the breakdowns of that listing out. And they also provided the statewide averages for those districts. So for those school districts with less than 10 FTE, the newcomer students are based off of 2.4 students in each district, and then 15.2 for the rest of them. This does mean that this model is not currently as accurate as it can be. If this is the direction that the committee wants to go, we are happy to go ahead and have runs where KSD would provide the actual final numbers of FTEs for everybody, but because of the FERPA concerns, this is the way we wanted to get you something to start and see if this is the direction you wanted to go. So this is a high, when we look at it, it is high in the difference, but it is higher than it would be if we actually ran with the actual numbers, not high as in a dollar amount, just higher than it would be because we are using these assumptions with averages instead of actual numbers. So I did want to point that out and mention it as well. So that is what this one is it's two different weightings based off of the time that the student has been here.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that's very interesting. And thank you for making sure we understand the parameters of what we're looking at. Dr. Harwood.
So just for example, so we ran the same model, and when you use the actual numbers, it's if you look at column K, the increase statewide is about $7 million instead of $17 million. And so it's when you use the averages versus the actuals, because so many of we probably should have looked at mean instead of the median instead of the mean. So there may be a way to get the averages down, but because so many of them are just one or two, then that skews when you use the mean. So just wanted to know that to point out that there is a way, if that's what the task force wants to look at, to use a multi-weighting system versus ours to get to a very similar funding model. What happens, and this is true in this case too, is that the districts that are able to maximize the time an EL qualified student is with an ELL licensed teacher come out behind, and the districts that are not as able to maximize that time come out ahead. And that's, again, any time that you change the way you distribute the same amount of dollars, it's going to be different. This one is not as dramatic as low enrollment, but not quite as close as high enrollment. So just wanted to let you know we're happy to help with that, but we'll have to look at the way we report some of these numbers on the legal max. Reporting the FTE is fine. Otherwise, you get into so many where it's one student who is a newcomer or 3 students. I mean, so it gets to the point where you can identify individual students so much more. So that was the reason for the suppression.
Okay, thank you. Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple things have been said, and so it'll be one or the other of Dr. Harwood or Jennifer, but the legal max shows both versions, which means districts are required to report, and right? Like that's where the source. So I just want to clarify, it's not, the way statute is written, it is like whichever one is higher it's not a district choosing one model over another. Is that the correct interpretation. It becomes an automatic based on the rule outlined in statute is the district will, in the formula calculation, receive whichever calculates out higher. So they're reporting based on both ways of measuring is what I want to clarify.
Nick?
Yes, that is correct. The statute does read they receive the greater of those two calculations.
Senator Gossage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is also fascinating to me. I have a question. Is it reported like the funds that are left over? Because what was discussed in an earlier presentation was they're required to have a fund. And then, if those funds aren't used, those funds roll over, but can only be used for ELL. Do we have a calculation as to the funds that are left from the districts? Are they required to report that?
Madam Chair, so the districts are required to provide information in their budget documents, which include how much funding they had currently in each of their funds. So that is information we can get for you. We can get several more years for bilingual than we could for like special education, for example, because special education did not have a specific fund. So if it doesn't have a specific fund, then it would be in one of their other funds. But with bilingual, for sure, there has been since the statute was put in. So, but they are required to report when they're doing their budgets, those dollars.
Senator Gossage?
And just to follow up, so when it says you must establish a fund, does it say how much must be maintained in that fund, or just you have to establish one? And then they apply for funding based upon these formulas?
Madam Chair, I'd defer to Nick as to what statute says they must do. What I can say is that the dollar amounts that are equal to the equivalency of the total foundation aid that they'd be getting has to go into it. So the dollars they are getting from the state have to go into it. The dollars that are from the local option budget that equal it have to go into it. But I would defer to Nick as to what else may or may not be by statute that they have to do.
Nick?
And one more question, if I may, Madam Chair, and that is, I most of the time in Kansas, I would think that the student, their first language may be Spanish. Does that sound accurate?
Jennifer?
Do we know for most students?
I do not know off the top of my head whether most of these are the bilingual students are Spanish or not.
The reason I'm asking is when I taught in Lawrence, had a student from Norway, and they only spoke Norwegian at home. And so he came into my sixth grade classroom knowing no English whatsoever. Not so sure an ELL teacher could help much because she's not going to be fluent in Norwegian. So what do they do? And I realize that's a little off track of talking about funding, but we can fund and we can pay for, okay, this student would qualify, but are there any services that are really going to help him? Do you understand what I'm saying? Are we funding services, but these students outside the norm?
So, Madam Chair, what I can say is that school districts do have a listing and can know from their own students what languages they are looking for. And so, anecdotally, I do know from districts that they do look for teachers who so if there is a large Ukrainian section, they're looking for a teacher who can speak a language that would be close to Ukrainian or Ukrainian for them to help with. That is only anecdotally information, and I would have to look into it more to get a more definitive answer for you.
Okay, I see hands popping up all over the place. Representative McDonald.
With respect, I take issue with the statement you said, Senator, about how if a student speaks Norwegian and we don't have a ELL teacher who speaks Norwegian, that they couldn't help them. ELL teachers teach English, and in Olathe we have, 120 different languages last time I checked. So you could never expect an ELL teacher to know all of those languages. And with my experience, kids come along, but it does take to your point earlier with the LPA, it does take 5 to 7 years on average nationwide. So I think we need to be really careful when we throw around things like that, because as an ELL teacher, I think that was incorrect. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I did not mean to imply, I'm just saying, I just know in my school, the ELL teacher was challenged to try to be able to help the student. And yes, it would take forever. I honestly think he learned a lot of English from his fellow students, you know, and just being in the classroom and being immersed in the classroom and in the language. All I was implying is that, or not implying anything, just asking. We're counting them for those services, but then wondering how much the student is gaining from that. But I appreciate your perspective, and of course they are. They're teaching English, but it would certainly be helpful if they were able to speak their language as well. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you. This is just a question for research or for our KSDE at another time, but I think it comes back more specifically to what Nick was talking about, whether they're monitored or whether they're provisional. And so I would like to know what percentage of our ELL students are receiving funding provisionally, and that percentage also compared to those that are being monitored. So what percentage total? Because I think that's kind of outside the statute, that we're including those students that may have passed the COPA or have met the criteria, but we're keeping them provisionally even though they met the criteria. So that just is a request so we can understand how many fall into that category annually.
Yeah, and to that point, I found, and first of all, how awesome is our staff? I mean, we mention a report or we mention an audit and boom, we've got it. So I know I sing their praises a lot, but as you can see, I think it's well deserved. So the audit that I was referring to, and I think some of my confusion, if you look on page 4, and this is to Representative Williams' point, the third bullet under the first question, it says qualified students remain eligible for bilingual funding for 1 year after the student is determined proficient in English. That's why that's where I had gotten that information. So I don't know if that is statute, if that, we heard the KSDE guidance of what they're telling districts, but I would like to know the truth, and I'd like to know how many students are receiving funding for a year, and they're being monitored, but how many of those do get supplemental support? And is there a better way to do that than just keeping them on for a year and continuing that funding? Representative McDonald, then Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Aren't there not other categories where we fund monitoring after, like for special ed, for instance, when my son no longer needs resource, but he still needs the resource teacher to be a resource for his classroom teacher or core subject teachers in case he's not really quite succeeding in the classroom. So they might go to the resource teacher in a monitoring status to get strategies. Is that, Dr. Harwood, like in other categories, giftedness, are there other categories where we pay for this type of monitoring?
I believe that would be dependent on their IEP, what is prescribed or stated in their IEP, whether those services would continue to be provided. But that would be my guess. Dr. Harwood, is that correct?
As a student is transitioning off of an IEP, the services would decrease. They would still be, the services they receive would still be eligible for funding. It's just going to be less of them as they go through. But for the ELL students, according to what Nick said, which I was trying to remember which way it went, is that monitor is the year after that's required, that you continue to monitor them, and but they're not receiving services and they are not eligible for funding. If it's transitional, then they are eligible for services and the services have to be provided, or without the services being provided, they would not be eligible for funding.
I think I was just trying to see if there's a parallel. Representative Williams said provisional. I didn't know quite what she meant by provisional versus monitored. Does that mean like receiving services versus not?
The term, I think, is transitional.
Transitional,
Okay.
I think she was,
Okay.
that was what I understood, that she meant transitional, so.
Okay, so I think maybe this is like a fail-safe, like ELL's version of the fail-safe for special ed. That's kind of the way I look at this monitoring, but I may be alone in that.
We have Senator Petty, then Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so this is really just a follow-up to that. So if we're looking at the audit in that same paragraph, those last two sentences, those who score as proficient are eligible for 1 additional year of funding. Is that correct?
So if they are labeled as transitional and receive services, then yes. If they are labeled as monitor, which means they don't receive services, then no.
Okay, and then those students are monitored and may receive services during that year if necessary. This is what this, I mean, I don't know if these two lines are correct or just, I mean, this is within the audit, not within the statute, so.
Well, the difference would be there's statute and then there are rules. So we can get the numbers in each category statewide and then get an explanation.
Nick, yes.
I believe Nick might have some information.
I just want to clarify the statute again. So the statute, as I said before, gives the state board authority and discretion to set the standards for entry, exit procedures, and the approval of bilingual programs. So pursuant to that law, the state board and via KSDE has set forth these requirements that we're discussing right now. So these are requirements under the purview of the state board pursuant to statute.
And then that would be what you were referring to in the handbook on page 41 that they have set out.
Yes, correct. That's where I was looking at the enrollment handbook that KSDE uses to provide assistance to districts to count students, and then how the KSDE audits provides that supplemental information regarding that transitional monitored periods and how they're funded.
And I would just, lastly, to Jennifer or to Matt, I think it would be helpful for us to also be aware of the numbers as we're looking at these school districts. What's the change that's occurred in the last 5 years as far as ELL students within school districts?
Quick follow-up on, Nick, what you just said about the state board has the authority to add that year. To me, that's an appropriation of funds that the legislature has to allocate. I would think that is I don't believe the state board has the authority to obligate the legislature. So that's what raises a red flag to me. So I think we might need to look at that. And if that's what's needed to help these kids be successful, I think we need to codify it. If not, I think we need to look at that practice. I believe we have Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is kind of directed to Dr. Harwood. On this transitional, I'm a little confused because are the instructors of a second language, English as a second language, English language learners, whatever we want to call it, are they looking at it and saying 1 year from now this child will be competent in English? And if that is the case, that's a predictive analysis. And a year later, if they are not competent in English, what do we do then?
So I'll have to get more information. My understanding of the transitional year is that they actually tested as proficient on the KELPA, but the teachers involved thought they needed more help for another year. So they have tested proficient, but they want to continue to provide services because they don't think that they are ready to not have services. And so that's what the transitional year is. So if they didn't think they needed more services, they would put them on monitor status and they would not provide services and would not be funding. So what this does is it provides that when they've tested as proficient, provides another year of, well, if we don't think they're really there, we can continue to provide services and then funding is provided if you provide services.
So that's a subjective analysis at that point in time that overrules the actual analysis. And then the second part of that question, what happens if subjectively at the end of the year they go, well, they really need another year?
So I'll have to, we'll have to look into what I need to look deeper into the qualifications for what districts have to provide to say that a student is transitional. We can do that later. But, that's just my understanding of the way it works. And, but yes, it would be that the KELPA said that they were ready, but as we've talked about, sometimes one data point is not all of the information, and we're relying on the professional to make good decisions for the students as well, so.
Okay, just the subjectivity of that it kind of raises a red flag for me.
Thank you. Director Rucker is next.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I have a couple questions out of the audit itself, but to carry on that conversation that just occurred, I'm curious because the audit, there is language in here, there's a point on page 4 under the first header, the third bullet says that each spring KSDE requires every English learner to take the KELPA. So my question is whether that includes that population of transitional students as well?
I'll have to check to be sure, but I believe so.
Because that might speak to it. Okay, now it's not subjective. I know we've removed the requirement that they pass the 2 consecutive years, but if they still take it and there's stable outcomes on the KELPA, then that might be the signal that it's okay to back off that transitional monitoring. That would be an important piece of information to understand. The audit on page 6, there were some questions about what federal funding is provided. The audit actually has a section that begins on page 6 that speaks to the overall funding picture. The audit reveals that I think it 68%. I'm ahead of myself. It's still page 4 at the bottom. 68% of the cost of English, this still uses the ESOL term, expenditures for the districts reviewed was covered by our state formula funding. 7% is coming from federal funding sources, equates to about 2.3 million. And then other state and local funding covered 25%. So that would be general ed and LOB funding. So that there's really good information in this audit report that we can note in our, and then the last point out of this is that in the section on page 12 that relates to the challenges districts face, the first bullet point, I think, is important to think about why we might need transitional monitoring. It points to the fact that in practice, there are a significant number of English language learners who have little formal educational background in the classroom setting that our schools follow. So there are reasons bigger than the language barrier that may also contribute to slower pace of things. So I think there's a lot of nuance and complexity to the questions at hand.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we find out that the CALPA is taken at the end of the transitional year, it would be very interesting to know what the difference in scores between the beginning of the transitional year and the end of the transitional year is. I would really like that information if you could get that. While we're looking at the post-audit or the audit, let's see, what page was this on? It showed no improvement in test scores after 3 years in, that's page 11, I believe it is. Showed no improvement. The majority of kids showed either a reduction or no improvement. The amount of children that showed better test scores after 3 years of English language as a second language instruction, that's terribly disturbing to me. I think this should be considered. I mean, the money we're spending, it looks like, is doing absolutely no good. So just a comment on that.
Representative Estes.
Thank you. Jenny, on page 7, there's figure 3, and it mentions adult ESOL programs. Do you know anything about those, what they're like? Are they, and who they might target? Are they targeting parents of that particular school, or is it open to the community? Or can you paint any kind of a picture about what that is? And if you can't, maybe KSDE staff could.
So, Madam Chair, I do not have that information up here with me. We can look into it more and get some responses if there isn't something that is discussed today at some point. Happy to get that for you, but I don't have anything currently that would provide insight.
Dr. Harwood, do you have an idea?
So this will vary quite a bit by district, and we'll decide what other kind of adult education programs they have. There are districts that have adult alternative programs for individuals that have not received a high school diploma. And so sometimes that includes ESL services in order to be able to get credits. So there would be part of it in there. Some districts have, there's a dedicated levy that districts can do for adult services. There is an adult alternative factor that districts can receive funding for. So that's where it would have to be. Districts are all over the board on how much adult services they provide.
Thank you, that was helpful.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And going back to page 12 and districts reporting many challenges, that second bullet there is to which I was referring. There are some 100 different languages in some of the school districts. Also on page 12, where it says currently state law does not require districts to evaluate their programs, as Representative Hill was mentioning. But I would note that that fourth bullet, a couple of district officials reported recently started using the data they collect on students to evaluate which individual ESOL students may be most effective. For example, officials from Kansas City. This audit was done in 2020. Do we have any feedback on how those districts reported? They said that they had set up and hired a program evaluator to determine if their programs are effective.
I will defer to the department to see if they have any feedback. I'm not aware of any. Dr. Harwood?
I mean, so that the district was doing that evaluation of their own program and would not have submitted that to us, other than, I'm not saying that the ELL coordinators at the department talked to them about that, but I don't have any information about it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this again is a question kind of following up on Representative Estes' question. So I know the Board of Regents administers that adult program for family literacy, and it's Title II or something like that. So if they administer all of those dollars, what if any, dollars for the adult programs other than getting a degree, like diploma, which we have added more money in recent years? Would money be directed towards KSDE? Or is it purely through the community colleges and allocated federally, which I think the majority of the money is probably federal? So that's kind of my question. Is there any of that for adult education beyond just getting the degree, which we have those programs?
So school districts could only receive funding if this adult student does not have a diploma and is seeking to get a high school diploma. All of the GED programs are now through the Board of Regents. And so they also have GED programs that have ESL components to them as part of those programs. So they would be two separate things, but the ones that in the K-12 buildings could only be part of receiving a diploma versus a GED.
Other questions for Jennifer? And we blur the lines, and that's fine, between questions and discussion. I think that if that meets the needs, we'll just keep that as a practice. Dr. Ninswander?
I just want to make sure, because you hear English language arts, you hear English proficiency. We use a lot of the same words for the same things. The ELL program is to help students of a second language become more proficient in the English language. It's not to help them score better on the English language arts assessment, because that has to do with certain standards, math, English language arts at certain grade levels. This program is to help them become fluent in the English language and in the culture of it, so then they can be better prepared to learn math, science, history, so it's, when we use the words English language arts or English language learner, those are two different things. So they first have to be fluent in the English language to be successful in our general ed classrooms, where that's the language that we speak. So that's, if that helps. And the KELPA measures English language proficiency, which, how they're doing in that, as opposed to the state assessment, which is measuring where are they relative to standards in a content area, as opposed to.
Yes, I agree. And that brings up one of the fundamental questions that I've had. And in the audit on page 3, you brought up, Dr. Ninswander, why the program exists. And there's a stated purpose there. And according to the audit, and I would like to know the source for this, is this statute, is this from KSDE? But it says the purpose of English for speakers of other languages, ESOL services, is to help students learn English so they can meet state academic standards. Where did that stated purpose come from? I'm assuming, it makes sense, but I'm wondering, is there a stated formal purpose? And if so, is that federal? I would kind of like to know the source for that stated purpose. And I don't mean this flippant, but as someone who's administered these tests, and I'm intimately familiar with them, I'm sure they've changed since my tenure, I would really like to know how many of our non-ELL students could take the KELPA and pass it at a proficient level. I really would. I'd like to see some, hey, here, and to look at the effectiveness. Is this measuring really what we need it to measure? We've been using it for forever, but I would really like to know how many of our non-ELL students could pass the KELPA and be proficient in that. But going back, I'd like to know where the purpose for this, and is that, where did that purpose come from? I saw Representative McDonald and then Representative Estes. McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was thinking a little bit as we were sitting here about what Representative Hill said on page 11 with the chart that shows so many kids did the same or worse, and not as big of a percentage did better. And I was thinking about the difference between the KELPA and kindergarten versus the KELPA and fourth grade. And that's just 3 years difference. And I could see, when your kid goes through third grade and they're doing okay, and then they hit fourth grade, and it really separates the men from the boys. You start to have bigger reading passages and that sort of thing, and the writing becomes more complex. As someone who also has administered KELPA for many years, I could see how this chart might be somewhat explained by that. So I think maybe this is just one data point, and I do appreciate that our current system allows the professional teachers to use their judgment to help make sure that the kids they know and know so well are able to get the appropriate level of instruction with that transitional year. Thank you.
Dr. Harwood.
Yeah, I'd also just like to point out on that it talks about that over 60% stayed in the same tier, which means that from one year to the next, they theoretically progressed and then performed at the same level the next year. Now, if that was level 1, that's not helping anything, but this could have been they stayed in level 4, they could have been in level 2 and stayed in level 2. So the staying in the same one is actually what you would kind of expect, because they would be moving through the test as we move forward. So I think if they were in need of ELL services before this, I think that the ELL services help them be able to then progress at a expected level. So I think that this actually shows the value of ELL services. I'm assuming that without them, they would not have been able to progress at more of an expected rate.
Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also note that the audit tells us which years they evaluated. They were looking at 2014, 15. We analyzed state assessment results in reading and math for students after they completed an ESL/OL program in years 2014, 15, or 16. Those, first of all, the tests change if you're looking at the 16 versus the levels change. Like, there's a lot to unpack in the analysis of the outcomes. So the audit itself may not be, I would have some questions about, at that point we were out of compliance with funding. We had, there's a lot to unpack contextually for the years chosen for this analysis. So I don't know what a more current review of that looks like, to be honest. I don't, this is one of those moments where I don't know if it's better or worse today, but I do think we should be careful about what we're pulling from the outcome analysis here. And I mean, the audit itself has no findings. Like, there are no recommendations, and concluded that, things are operating. So just this has been helpful to review. Thank you.
To that point, the audit does say that districts are not typically reviewing the effectiveness of these programs. The question is, why not? So if not these outcomes, where are the outcomes that show that there's progress being made in this? Where is the measurement? What measurement is there? And if we don't have one, why don't we? To prove the effectiveness that this money is meeting the needs of those students who, obviously, there's no question these students need more support and it costs money. But where is the connection between how we're currently funding it and seeing those outcomes? If it's not this audit, then what is it? I don't know. And if it's not state assessments that we can look at and see our ELL population, it's broken down as a demographic in our state assessments. It's broken down on all of our objective measures. But if we're going to say, well, for whatever reason, those aren't valid, where is our valid data? I think that's what I struggle with, that will direct us in making sure we're targeting those dollars in an effective way to help those kids be successful and learn the skills that they need to in the best way possible. So if it's not what we have before us, then I would challenge, find what that is and let's use it to drive how we're funding our students. So Senator Petty, I believe, oh, here we go. Representative Williams and then Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would remind everyone that we did receive a document from KLRD that demonstrated that in the last couple of decades, we've exceeded the rate of inflation for all KSD or K-12 funding. So regardless of whether it was considered constitutional or not, we have exceeded the rate of inflation. And so what has been done is determined by those districts. You can take less money and have better results, or you can take more money and have worse results. We can easily see that in other states that provide more money or less money based on cost of living. So money is not always the end all be all, and we know that to be true, but I feel like we keep coming back to that statement. The other thing that I want to put on the table again is we keep talking about CALPA, and but then isn't there also an exit exam that's required that's different so that we can just understand, can they speak, can they listen, do they have the social skills where they're able to, so that I think that there is a different exit exam that is required by federal law, and if that's the case, then there should be those results given to the feds. So I did mention that before, but if those are results that are given to the feds, the Department of Education, U.S. Department of Education, then I think we have to see that. We have to see how that exam actually looks in order to really know. And that's the exam we're looking at, not at the state assessment on that one variable in order to exit, not to monitor. And so that's something that I think a bunch of states use the same exit exam if we are doing that. If we are not, then again, are we in compliance with that? Thanks.
Senator Petty.
A couple of things. One, as we've been looking in depth at this post audit, it does say that 94% of the funding has been spent in compliance. I think that's, if we're talking about how the money's being spent, has been spent in compliance. And if we're talking about objectives, and showing that our students are performing, criteria is that they're staying in school and they are graduating. And so whether we're talking about ELL students or whether we're talking about any of our populations, that is not debatable. We have more students graduating now than ever. So I think that's an important figure to keep in mind. And then lastly, consistent funding is so important. So for our school districts to be able to be providing for all of our students, we are now providing consistent funding, and that's something that our school districts have been able to rely on, and to be able to provide services for whether it's the ELL, which we're talking about right now, or for any of our other students. So that's an important piece of making sure that we have that we continue to move forward with our school populations K through 12.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to make a comment on the importance of ELL. I think about it, and I think the concept of being taken to a different country where a different language is spoken. And I mean, I think about if I was suddenly transported to Russia and knew no Russian, the challenges that would put on my life. And I have a great empathy for these students. I balk at the concept that people talk about, that the post-audit doesn't really measure what they say it measures. I think the people that do our post-audit work, we have to trust that they know what they're doing, and they're able to look at state assessments. They're able to look at them and see whether they're valid from 1 year to the next or 3 years to the next. I think we hear so often, and maybe that what they came up with is that there were no conclusions. There were no recommendations. I think so often that is a term that gets applied to any assessment that we do from a state, is, well, these really don't mean anything because of X, Y, Z. And so I really question in my mind many times, why do we assess if at the end of the day all we do is come up with explanations why what we see in the assessment doesn't really matter? And I think that if that is the case, we need to do one of two things. We either need to assess in a manner that does matter, or the second option is don't assess at all and use the money for instruction. So I think that it's a little bit of a perplexing question when we see that we're instructing in English language, and yet there is no improvement in English language arts. And I think the insinuation that they shouldn't be doing better in English language arts kind of flies in the face of why we would even teach English language if it doesn't make any difference in the way they can perform on an English language arts test. So, thank you.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the definition of a newcomer. I had a conversation with Dr. Harwood a week or two ago about this, and apparently the federal definition they've been in the country for a year or less. And I can understand why we would default to the federal definition because it fits nicely on our spreadsheet and it's something that the districts already report. But in an earlier conversation in this committee, we did talk about whether or not, maybe we should look at whether or not the definition of a newcomer as a federal, being here 1 year is actually appropriate. Should we look at newcomer and define it in a different way? Because this audit does show that if a child's not literate in their first language, it's going to take them longer to become proficient. So I guess my question for research might be, of the states that we've looked at that use a tiered bilingual funding model, do they use the federal definition of newcomer, or is it more subjective or different?
Madam Chair, I believe that varies by state, but I can get that information for you and we can look into that further.
Thank you.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the conclusions on page 14, and it says a more thorough evaluation of ESOL outcomes might be helpful in determining whether state funding is at the right level. Do we need to spend more dollars on this? And then how are we determining the effectiveness of the program? Which brings me to, you've said, Madam Chair, the purpose of this task force. One would be, are the dollars spent providing the best possible outcomes? And two, could we better allocate in a different way? And then three, how are we evaluating these outcomes? If we don't know the answers to number three, how are we evaluating the outcomes? It makes it very difficult to determine 1 and 2. And I think as we are looking at this, we just want to keep in mind that I don't know anyone on this task force that is pointing a finger or saying, we don't think the school district is doing this, or you're hiding money, or you're allocating inappropriately. We're just looking at the total picture to determine what is best for kids, which is what you've said many times, Madam Chair. And I think that any type of evaluation, there shouldn't be anyone who is feeling that a finger is pointed at them or like, why are you doing this reevaluation? But I think that we should put in our notes that it's definitely something that we have an updated audit, because this was done in 2020 based on information, as was mentioned earlier, 2013, 14. We have more updated information. I would also like to have them look back at the Kansas City task force that they put in place to be able to evaluate that. So while we're on the topic of ESOL, that we keep those things in mind. We're trying to say, is the formula working? Is this the best way to allocate these dollars? And what difference are we seeing? And yes, we're trying to make sure that kids are proficient, but do we have an exit exam, as was mentioned by Representative Williams? Do we know? Do we have that, or are we offering that, or is it just the same test, the CALPA?
I believe it's the CALPA, but Dr. Harwood.
Yeah, there's not a separate one, it's the CALPA. And so you keep taking it until you are proficient, and then I think a year after that.
My concern about that as a former classroom teacher and district manager for Sylvan Learning Centers, as we all know, is the test-retest effect. And I think that maybe we might look at our other states using other exit exams. That would be interesting to note. Thank you, Madam Chair.
For the benefit of the committee, I did receive the source of where the purpose statement came from that's included in the audit. And that statement came from a KSDE document providing information about federal Title III funding. And the direct quote is, quote, provide funding to support services designed to assist and enhance English learners in learning English and meeting the challenging state academic content and student academic achievement standard requirements. That was what was submitted to the document for Title III. So that's the source of the purpose of ESOL funding. So hope that was helpful. Representative Estes.
Thank you. I was taking a quick look at our standardized test scores because with the conversation about understanding the different purposes of the two tests, I thought I remembered somewhere that I had read that we exempt ELL students for the first 3 years from the standardized test. And I want to a check on whether or not that's accurate.
Dr. Ninswander.
That was a number one. I think it's just the first year, but.
Is it just a yellow?
The first year in the system, they're taking the CALPA, but I believe they're exempt in their first year, but then they take it their second.
Okay, thank you. That was what I was looking for. And I think it would be kind of interesting for us to be able to take a look at the state assessments for the ELL students broken down a little bit deeper, because I think that'll give us that larger snapshot that we're looking at. Because yes, we do have students who come in with little to no educational background, but we also have students who come in with higher levels of education. And I think it's important to look, because when I look at the ELA scores and I look at the math scores, our math scores are lower than I would like to see, given that we do have some students who come in with education. So, and that number, those scores keep declining, but I think we get a much more accurate measure of our effectiveness, which is our goal, if we are able to break down those scores by how many years that student has been here. And I think it would be interesting for us to be able to kind of look at CALPA scores and the achievement scores together on an individual student when you guys are doing your CUME folder redesign. So thank you for that added information.
Dr. Harwood.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that the ELL students take the math assessment every year, even their first year, because you get language assistance on the math assessment. So it's only the ELA assessment that they are exempted from the first year.
And I'm not, you know, it would be really nice if those explanations were on the website that the public goes to see those scores, because I didn't see it, and I apologize if I missed it. But I think that'd be helpful for people to have that tied to it so they understand what they're seeing better.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up at this point. I do have a couple of quick questions. One for Nick. The audit does reference a statute, 72-3613, and it says that's the one that establishes the bilingual fund, but it says districts typically transfer their bilingual funding to this fund. Are there exceptions to them having to transfer it to this fund? If so, what are those?
So yes, Madam Chair, 723613 does require that bilingual education fund be established. Generally, the requirement is that the monies that are deposited in that fund shall only be expended for the costs that are directly attributable to the provision of bilingual education programs. So any monies coming from that fund have to be spent on bilingual education programs. I am not aware of a requirement that districts have to transfer. The only requirement that districts have to transfer monies into that fund is the LOB requirement, where they are transferring LOB monies into the bilingual fund based on their proportional amount of the bilingual weighting.
So that would be the consistency why the audit continually is pointing out the difference between the fund and the funding. For that purpose, am I?
I believe so. I believe you're correct.
Okay, Dr. Harwood.
So there is not a requirement, interestingly, to transfer the bilingual weighting that comes in the general fund into the bilingual fund. There is a requirement to transfer the portion of your LOB that's due to bilingual into the bilingual fund. I don't know why that is. At-risk is different, special ed is different. However, it doesn't count as a bilingual expense unless you spend it out of the bilingual fund, which is what the state law says. And districts are spending more on bilingual expenses than they're receiving. So they're transferring more of it in there. This is similar to what happened with special education when last year, for this year, when there's a requirement now to transfer the LOB that's attributable to the special ed fund into special ed. Districts were already transferring more than twice as much as that requirement in there. Some districts just did it all from general fund and not from LOB. Now they have to start with LOB and then they finish off with either LOB or general fund to get to the rest of the expenditures they need. So I think districts are transferring more into bilingual than they are receiving, but there is not a requirement to transfer it from general fund into bilingual, so.
Okay, I believe you said that districts spend more on bilingual than what they receive. Yes. Well, that, according to the audit, that's true for some districts, but not all. There are some districts that receive, well, if page 5 is accurate, the percent of expenditures covered by state funding, and I think this is a problem we need to address. Stafford only gets 20% of their expenditures covered by state funding, but South Brown County received 252%. So I mean, not, and Lewis got 100%. So there's probably more that spend more than what we cover, but to me, again, as we've seen in other weightings, that's a distribution problem to me. And Dr. Harwood.
And it can also be an accounting problem. There are districts that only transfer enough into bilingual and then count those as bilingual expenses as they have to, when our recommendation is that if it is a bilingual expense, you should transfer it to bilingual and spend it from there. Some districts will spend it, spend their bilingual, will have a bilingual expense that comes out of the general fund, but then it doesn't count as a bilingual expense. So there could be an accounting issue there as well. that I think that would have to be looked into. But our recommendation is, if it is a bilingual expense, you should transfer the funds to the bilingual fund and spend it from there. We've found that that's not always the case.
So until we have consistency and accurate accounting, accurate transfer of funds, so that we know exactly how much we're spending, how on earth are we supposed to get our arms around this and make sure we're directing funds? See, this is the problem with this being, in my opinion, the formula being so complicated that it allows for these types of errors to occur. And then when you're looking at the data that should be fairly self-explanatory, then we've got all these explanations as to why that isn't so. To me, one of the charges of this task force ought to be so that it is very easily interpretable. It should not be so hard to see a chart that says this district is getting 252% of their funding from the state and this 20, and then, oh, well, that's not true because of all these inconsistencies. We need to make it consistent. We need to make it to where we can get our arms around exactly what's going on in our funding of our schools. But to that point, another concern I would share is on page 6. If you look at the footnote of that chart, this is what districts are reporting using bilingual funds for. I guess my question would be, if you look in the fine print, this includes administrative staff. Well, of course, administrative staff has to administer over ESOL students, but isn't that a sunk cost? Custodians, librarians. I'm wondering, and they're counting that as bilingual. Well, the intent, in my opinion, of bilingual funding should be those services directly attributable to that student. Well, when we're siphoning off, in my opinion, a portion of custodian, and which are already costs you're going to have, whether you have ESOL students or not, that weighting isn't getting the impact it should have, because that should be directly attributable to supporting those students. That's the purpose of the weighting, not to pay for custodians. That's included in the base. That's included in the CPIU. That's a concern to me. So I think we need to look at that and find out how much districts are counting for those non-direct services to ELL, as is outlined in this chart. 20% goes just to ESOL teachers, according to this. So that's a concern, and I would like to know that, because if we're giving specific weighting to help a certain demographic to be successful, then that's what that money should go for. If we need more money for custodians, and then let's address that, but not within the funding of a group that is supposed to be targeted for additional support. Senator Gossage.
That's a really good point, Madam Chair. And in looking at this, it says there's a large swath that goes to the regular classroom teacher. Is this meaning they attribute, because it says 37%, do they attribute a percentage of that teacher's salary to the general ed? Because she's a general ed teacher, but then she might have 3 ESOL students or ELL students in her classroom, which could be a bit of a challenge. So is she paid more? As we were hearing about $6,000 for a teacher, but that was, they oversee the whole program. Are they paid more than their regular classroom that they would have received, or are they saying this percentage of that teacher is for general ed and this percentage of that teacher is paid out of the ELL funds?
That's a good question. Senator Petty.
Madam Chair, I know that you're looking at the pie graph, but it does say in the first paragraph, 97% were for salaries and benefits. And I think we also heard, so that's 97% that's going for these services. And I think we heard earlier from Dr. Newswater that the ELL, the majority of the services are provided in the classroom because those are ELL certified instructors. Is that correct?
Dr. Newswater.
Well, I think it's going to be different at every district. I would say most districts, because the majority of the students are in large districts based off of location. But in many districts, like rural districts, you have a few kids spread out across buildings, and you have general education teachers that are ESL endorsed, because the endorsement comes after the teaching, and they're the ones that are providing the services, as opposed to Representative Estes mentioned earlier, you may be in a situation where your whole building, so administrative, clerical, everything is directed towards 100% of the kids, which might be what part of this is referring to. It could include those. So when you look at the whole pie graph, you're looking at 286, not all 286 have ESL services, but maybe 250 of them, and they're all representing multiple different types of models. Some of them, I'm a ESL teacher that 100% of my kids are ESL, or in our case, 1% of our kids. We have 3 out of 835. So I think it just represents a variety of different models across the state, if that makes sense.
Senator Gossage?
Maybe I could restate my question. So as a superintendent or as a principal, and you are recording how you are paying this teacher, would you say the teacher's salary is X, and X amount of dollars are from the general fund, and X amount of dollars are coming from the ESOL fund because she has a certain number of students within her classroom? And that seems to be different than ESOL teachers, which are in blue, and regular classroom teachers. And the reason I'm asking this is, when I was a classroom teacher, I have my minor is in Spanish. So I've taught Spanish on the middle school and high school level, as well as with elementary students. And so they made sure that if there were any kids that Spanish was their second language, they were automatically in my classroom. And therefore, but I was still paid the same. There was not, but I'm wondering if the way it was requesting for funding, or way the funding was put, is that it said, we're going to pay Gossage X amount out of the general fund and X amount out of the ESOL fund. That's what I'm asking. I'm just curious how that's done when it says regular classroom teachers.
Dr. Harwood?
So that could be true as long as that teacher is ESL or ELL licensed. It could not be true for a teacher who's not ELL licensed. So in that situation, how they determine what that percentage is gonna, there are a lot of different ways that could happen, but my guess is you are correct. With the ESOL teachers in blue, those are teachers who they are spending only time working with most likely some sort of pull-out ESL, or they could be an extra person in a classroom. It could be a push-in situation. And that's their whole job during that part of the day. The classroom teacher, they have special training to help ESL or ELL students, and so some part of their salary is being charged to ELL, bilingual in this case.
So then what you're saying is, though, if they don't have that training, then they cannot be compensated through the fund for ESOL?
Right, because you can only use the fund on bilingual expenses, and if the person is not ELL certified, that would not be a bilingual service.
Interesting. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So to follow up on that, this is districts reporting how they're using bilingual funds. Custodians, librarians, superintendents, they're included in this. So would that mean that custodian has to be have the endorsement as well?
No, that would mean that somehow you're justifying that you have that expense because of a bilingual program. I mean, so an administrator is going to be, that there's an administrator whose some portion of their job is to oversee the bilingual or the ELL program. It could be that a district has a dedicated site for ELL programming and that they are charging all of the expenses for that site to the bilingual fund. So that's the only way I can think of that you could justify using custodial in there. It could be that the custodial parts that are in that 8% are something that are part of the 4% that post audit said they didn't think actually qualified. So I'm not sure how I don't know how that got counted in there. But if it's like other services, if the only reason you have that place is for that program, then all of the related costs could be charged to that fund.
Okay, I've got a list going here. Representative Hill, and then Dr. Gibson is online. So Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a little bit confusing to me on how this all works. I'm sure it's much clearer in actual use, maybe. But let me give you an example and see how this. So I'm superintendent of a school in I don't know, Abilene, Kansas. That's where I'm from, and suddenly we have a family of Syrian refugees that move into the community. And we have 5 Syrian-speaking students. How do we provide instruction? That's the first day of school. Let's make it simple. First day of school. How do we provide instruction for them? Does somebody that has an ELL certification is qualified to teach them? Do we have to have an ELL certification for them to teach or for them to be instructed? I mean, if we don't have a Syrian-speaking teacher in Abilene, Kansas with an ELL certification, how do we instruct those kids? What do we do?
Dr. Harwood.
So you're gonna spend a lot of money on translation services to begin with, because some of it you're gonna have to find a way to communicate with them in their language if they have no English at all. The ELL endorsed teacher would be licensed to help them because ELL training is language agnostic. So the training is on how to help somebody that is not, that English is not their first language. If they have some English, that's much easier. If they have none, then you're gonna look at some way to start some translation, and then you're gonna build from there as you move forward. On the funding side, if you don't have an ELL licensed teacher, you won't get funded for the time you spend with the student. You'll get funded based on the count of the students. If you have an ELL licensed teacher, you can get funded based on the minutes, which in this case is going to be a lot because you're looking for those ways to help integrate them into a regular classroom, because there is some English learning by listening to other people, but some of the time is working one-on-one with somebody who may not speak your language, but understands ways to help communicate, and then also looking at translation services. And then in some cases, when you, especially with refugee communities, sometimes there are other, that's not the first family that's come, and so you lean on the community to help with some of those translation services. There are a number of translation services that you can pay for that are, are either video chat or on the phone that you're looking for. You're also paying for translation services for print that you have to do. So if they come the first day, you're trying to figure out how you communicate it all, and then it's the skills of that teacher are important, because even if they don't know the language, they have skills to help begin the process.
Thank you for that explanation. I think it helped me to understand the 2 different funding models too. So essentially, if you have an ELL teacher available in your district, you're going to pretty much go through the minutes of service or time of service. And if you do not have that and you rely on perhaps a para or perhaps a German-speaking individual that's bilingual in Syrian in your community, you can do that, and there's a way to get reimbursed for that.
Well, I would say none of this is reimbursement. It's just, it is funding. But
Yeah.
yes, if you don't have the licensed folks, then you're going to get funded on the head count. If you do have the licensed folks, especially with newcomers, is very time intensive. So it would incent you to have a licensed person because typically you will get more funding because of the time intensiveness of the service.
Thank you very much.
We have Dr. Gibson online. Good to hear from you, Dr. Gibson. I think I spoke too soon. We can't hear you. Are you muted? Okay.
Okay, I will, can I try this again?
There
Okay,
you
sorry
are. We
about
hear
that.
you.
Sorry about that, Madam Chair. Thank you for the intense conversation around this matter. And I was sitting here thinking about a couple of things. One is explanation of DeSoto, right? We have 2 schools where there's a higher concentration of needs for students learning the English language. And in both those schools, in order to work in them as a teacher, you must be licensed and endorse an ESOL. And so in those settings, even though our expenses far exceed the revenue generated through the bilingual fund, in our cases, we're actually pushing in and supporting teachers with additional staff. So that's how we spend our funds. I know there's been some conversation about admin and maybe custodians, and I can't account for that directly, but I can share in a previous district in which I worked with a higher concentration of students with the need for English language learners. We did have a dedicated person who looked at each individual student's CALPA results, as well as other data sources to determine the specific needs for them. And they coordinated, so they could be an administrator, they coordinated in each of the buildings to help support them. I also wonder when we're talking about custodians, once again, I'm just thinking out loud a little bit here. It is possible I have seen programs where additional supports for, let's say, summer school for just students who need assistance in learning the English language was provided. And I kind of wonder maybe that custodian perhaps was supporting that program during that time, because in another case, the building would have been closed. Just speculation, but that's just what I'm wondering.
Okay, am I seeing any other? Senator Petty.
Dr. Gibson, this is for you, and you alluded to it. So in your, I can't remember now if it's 1 or 2 buildings, when you have the high concentration of ESL students, you have, so every teacher in that building is certified. Is that a requirement of being hired, or is the district actually helping them get their certification?
Yeah, a couple different ways. One, Title III funds, which are those federal resources, historically have been used by districts to help support the endorsement efforts, whether it be the assessment or the classes, or perhaps even towards a master's degree. So that's one option, although the current budget being proposed may not include Title III going forward from the federal government. For us locally, we are in the process of ratifying our current contracts for next year. And we have included that if you're in one of those classes, or excuse me, one of those schools, and you're obtaining your licensure, we will help you through our tuition pool reimbursement. That is not funded by Bilingual, but rather the district.
Thank you.
Okay, I do have we will put that on our list. A couple other quick questions. So for a student to be eligible, the eligibility for bilingual funding, in the audit, it says on page 4, the district must must assess the student and find that he or she is not proficient in English. Is there a consistent or unified tool that districts use? Do we know what they use to assess that? I believe there's a variety of options, but does one tend to put more students in and, or one exclude more? I mean, do we have a consistent measurement for who qualifies for bilingual services? Dr. Harwood.
Yeah, there's an assessment called the KELPA screener, which is not the full KELPA, but is used to assess the students' needs when they arrive. And then the requirement to assess them has to do with the home language survey that is given to every student. Then depending on the answers on the home language survey, they would be referred for assessment, which could include the KELPA if that was needed.
So they all districts use the same screener. They use the KELPA screener?
The KELPA screener is the assessment they would use to determine if the services are warranted.
But there's not specific services. Districts get to decide which services to provide students, correct?
So the district would they would decide how to build their program. There are some guidelines for how that is supposed to work, but yeah, there's a lot of latitude for the districts to decide whether that is, as Dr. Gibson talked about, whether you have kind of cluster sites, whether you try to serve everybody in their own classroom, whether you serve newcomers in one area and then move them out of that. So there are a lot of different models for how that works.
Do we have data on how effective those different models are?
I would have to look. I don't know that right now.
That's what I want to know. Which models, if we're all using the same screener, so we know that they all qualify on the same basis, we know they all exit on the same basis, the KELPA. But what in between those is most effective? That would be good to know. Director Ricker.
I guess, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that question raises, to me, the question of maybe it's the concentrated cluster of programs, but you are a district in a sparse area and you can't do that. So how would we, I mean, I think exploring what we can, what is knowable, and factoring that in is what I hope we're doing. I would support looking at that. But I think we also, the variable of, you know, if you're that district that has 3 ELL students identified, it becomes the mechanics of how you apply something, you know, that we decide top down is the approved method when the characteristics locally may dictate that we use one of the alternative approaches. So I think understanding that piece as well, if the, you know, maybe it's, you know, at times we looked at 3 tiers of district size groupings or something, or maybe it would help us. It's been very helpful to hear from Dr. Gibson and Dr. Harwood and Dr. Noonswander as practitioners, you know, current or former superintendents. Maybe hearing, you know, if we have specific questions, hearing those voices from the field through some input mechanism would, I think, be important to help us understand those nuances. Maybe the custodian is that guy in that conversation that Dr. Harwood and Representative Hill were having, the idea that, you know, the intervention needs to be whoever can help. Maybe it is the custodian who speaks that language, who is the, you know, coincidentally the Norwegian or the, what, I forget what country was used, but I think there's just interesting questions here that if we're engaged in this exploration, hearing more from the field, I think could be useful. Just a thought.
So a couple of things. I don't know that we want to prescribe a top-down, but I do think there's value in looking at what works and what doesn't. Which districts are actually helping those students progress? They all take the same screener, so we can learn from other districts. I don't know that one size fits all is at all what we're saying, but it seems like from the conversation, we haven't looked at all at what works or what doesn't. That districts are pretty, which we want that local control, but can we not say, this has been shown in Kansas with Kansas students with this population to be more effective? And I would think districts would be clamoring for that, I would hope.
If I
Dr.
may
Rucker.
follow up, I would agree. Like, I think it is identifying, you're going to have variables. If we are identifying what we're seeing work best under different circumstances, that's terrific. And I think that's part of why we have the either or option, because we do have these different characteristics based on the intensity of the need in a given building, or, you know, the relative rarity in a particular area. I think it is that is what lived behind the attempt to differentiate the two different options for how funding is delivered. I would agree that if there are, if we can determine that if you are in a situation where you have just a one-off sort of here and there, you've got a student come through versus a building or a district that has high rates of ELL students. I'm sure out in Dodge, you're seeing, you know, majority numbers of students with needs in this area. I think if we could identify effectiveness with different variables in mind, that's important. I would agree with that.
The power of differentiation ought to be that we see better outcomes. And I don't know, absent the data to show that that's what's occurring in these one-offs or these situations where we're hearing from the practitioners, why there's 3, you know, in this district, and then we should have a way to show that because of that differentiation, because of those unique situations, and allowing that flexibility, we see better outcomes. And to me, where is that data? That's my question, and can we not replicate that? If I'm a new principal or superintendent, I'm going to go look to see to my colleagues, hey, you guys have had this same situation. You had a family like that move in. What did you do? But it does not seem like we have that built in, or if we do, I'd like to know what it is and how that's being utilized. Director Rucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my experience, the annual report to the State Board of Education includes a breakdown of the outcomes for various subgroups. And not to put you on the spot, Mr. Porter, but maybe after lunch.
I'm trying to find some stuff right now.
I think the commissioner has reported on this, and I think we do see, I don't want to speak to, because I didn't watch this year's report, but I think asking the agency to come back, or the board to come back after lunch because I think we do take a look at that, and I think in more recent testing years, we're seeing acceleration of results for subgroups. I would be interested in whether the ELL subgroup is one of those showing. And I think it's also important, we all have frustrations with the idea that those levels, that's a cut score, and you could have someone at the bottom of a level improve over the course of a school year to the top of the level, but they haven't bridged into the next level. We don't get to see that piece of it unless and until there is a transition to the next level, one direction or the other. So we may be seeing, and I think there's a more robust, I think our educators use other tools that can evaluate the progress students are making, and I think that's what the multi-tiered system of support is all about. I think there are a range of options, and sometimes looking at just one unit of measurement may be skewing the results a bit, where we might see more growth and improvement over time if we're looking at the bigger picture.
So I would agree. My question is, what are those units of measurement? Where are they, so that we can actually measure that. Absent that, we're all over the place and don't know and can't effectively, like I said, our purpose is to target that funding to what we know works. And so that's my question. Where are those measurements? What are those additional pieces of information that we can point to say, this is where we need to put our funds to get the biggest bang for the buck? Senator Gossage? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Porter?
Yeah, I'm going to try to get that information over lunch, but I do know that it's been reported to us, and this is only one piece of information, and I'll try to get it confirmed, and that's what I've been trying to do this morning. It has been reported to us, we get reports on graduation and how how we are progressing toward improving graduation rates. And I do know that whenever we got that information, ELL students, of course, are not at the same level as the general population, but they are improving at a greater rate than the general population. I'll try to get that confirmed so that you will have that information after lunch. Unfortunately, the people that I were going to deal with at the department are not there today, but I'll try to work around that also.
Appreciate it. I think that would be helpful. Thank you. Senator Gossage.
Yes, Madam Chair, as I was sharing with you, I found the program guidance for 2024 and 2025, which is a 16-page document which clarifies English for speakers of other language, or ESOL, bilingual education guidelines. And it answers questions like what criteria qualify for a student for these services, who should receive the home language survey. Then it also mentions the CALPA, but also a WIDA alternate access assessment, how funding is determined, who can be funded, which teachers, what the criteria is. I just think this 16-page document could be something that could be very helpful to the committee.
Knowing our staff, we'll have that lickety-split.
Thank you.
No pressure. But thank you for pointing out that resource. Representative McDonald and Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through our work on the Blueprint for Literacy Committee, or the Blueprint for Literacy, the Literacy Advisory Committee, I learned that Kansas State University really specializes in ELL instruction, and I've been really excited to see the collaboration between the Regents institutions in Washburn to incorporate best practices for structured literacy with ELL kids into this new course they've created. That's a grad course to empower teachers to give them the tools they need to most effectively teach students. So I think maybe this collaboration is organically happening some, and I really celebrate that. And I'm not sure if everyone widely knows about that work that's being done right now, but I think that this is an example of us trying to figure out what does work. And it's not controversial like structured literacy works, and there are specific considerations with ELL students. So I'm glad that we have that in progress right now.
Senator Petty.
Well, I just wanted to share that I was impressed today with the information that we're hearing from the superintendents, just as Director Rooker had mentioned, because I wasn't even thinking about with the district of 800 plus students, and you have 3 that are ELL because of the environment that I live in and represent, where much higher populations of minorities. But you're anticipating what's ahead for your district, and you're planning for that. And then with the Dr. Rooker, or Dr. Gibson and the DeSoto school districts and their approach of having, which I saw in the district that I did work in, of supporting teachers to get their ELL certification so that they have full buildings. That I know when I was in Turner, and this has been a few years ago, but the goal was initially to have at least one at every grade level. So so it seems to me I think we can't emphasize what our schools are doing so that they are, if not dealing directly right now with those populations, with those ELL populations, they're anticipating and they're planning for. And that's, to me, another piece of how important having a dedicated funding makes And then also, we have, within the school finance formula, we can see how those dollars they are going for, if not direct services right now, they are helping the districts to provide for those, and then also they're using then their own dollars to help to anticipate what's ahead. So to me, it's a very positive, and I've been glad to hear that those, whether it's a small amount of students or whether it's a large amount of students, that there's different approaches to fit where you're at right now.
Dr. Ninswander.
I just wanted to mention a resource that, because we talk about districts, it actually made me think about it when Representative Hill talked about when that first family, the service centers, we get a lot of support from, because before we even had our first ELL endorsed teacher, but we needed the support, we immediately reached out to our service center, who was able to send people, provide, get the ball rolling, and then now we do updated trainings. And so they might be a resource when you look at best practices or what's working, even though that's not something that our person comes back and then reports on up or downstream or whatever. That would be a good resource on where we all send our ELL, multiple staff, but that's where they come and talk about, well, what's working in your size district? How are you going to, so that, just don't want us to forget that they could be a good resource, because they do a lot of supports around this topic and many other.
Okay, anyone else or anything else on the runs for Jennifer? Yes, Jennifer.
Madam Chair, I just would like to reiterate that there are multiple runs here. Please do take a look at them. At some point, as you start narrowing down, we do need to have some idea of which directions the task force is looking at going forward. Not asking for that right this second. I'm just asking that you consider which directions you think make a lot of sense. If there are ones that we haven't done yet that you would like to see, please let us know. But as we break for lunch, I just thought I'd plug that there are several that we have not spoken about in depth today that are also considerations for you.
Thank you, and thank you for standing so long and being on call and on point. So thank you, Jennifer. So seeing nothing else on this topic, we will be breaking for lunch shortly. When we come back from lunch, if you remember in our last meeting, the chair and vice chair said that we would bring maybe some ideas of how to redirect some funding. We've talked about a lot of weightings, talked about what if we did things differently, if we rolled it into the base, or if we, allocated some funds for different purposes. So we've met and had multiple conversations, and we'll be bringing back food for thought, and that's all it is. This is a group effort, but at least it might be a jumping off point for conversation. And so that's kind of how we will frame some of the ideas. We're just going to throw them out and see what sticks and what doesn't, and go from there, but to at least get the ball rolling. And then we will, of course, have our open discussion for transportation weighting or anything else on the committee's mind. Since we are a little ahead of schedule, I will just broach it. If there's a problem, no worries, but could we plan on maybe coming back from lunch at 1:15 with the goal of getting done a little bit earlier in the afternoon? Does that interfere with anyone, since we're getting out a little bit? Come back at 1:15, hopefully be done a little early. Okay, is there anything else for the good of the whole? Enjoy your lunch. We are on recess. Okay, good afternoon. Hope everyone had a good lunch and didn't have something that will make you want to take a nap. That's always my fear, coming back after lunch. We all are ready for that afternoon siesta, but hope everyone had an enjoyable break, and we will now move into the afternoon discussion. And as was said before we broke for lunch, the chair, myself and vice chair have been meeting and having some conversations about some possibilities that we've kind of heard might spark some conversation about some ways to redirect funding to maybe look at improving those outcomes that we've been talking about. And so with that, and again, these are not things that the vice chair and I have any intent of, directing or pursuing or saying this is what we're going to do or not going to do, but we wanted to come up with just some conversation starters and some ideas to put forth on the table. So we're looking for this to be very much a chiming in and conversation and dialogue. By no means is this meant to be definitive. I guess I just want to make sure that that's clear. And with that, I'll throw it to Vice Chair Estes.
Well, before we get into ideas, just kind of from the overall discussion, I hear us at times say things or mention things that we like, things that we don't like, and to kind of fulfill the charge that we were given or entrusted with, the first question that came to my mind is, how willing of a body are we to say, this is working, this is not working, or this is something that we could do differently, and especially in funding priorities. And so I kind of want to throw that out as a place to start. And for me, I actually don't mind failure. I think we learn more from our failures than our successes. My general thoughts also are, I just want to learn something from it, not let it go on too long, and adjust course. So anytime I think I'm probably a bit of a tinkerer when it comes to ideas. How could we adjust things? How could we change it to make it work? And it's never say something. It's not me trying to say something is a failure, but but I just kind of wanted to get a feedback from the committee on what are we willing to look at, or how comfortable are we with doing some things differently? Just kind of an open-ended question.
Okay, we'll start there.
The silence is deafening.
Would you please repeat the last part? The last sentence.
How comfortable are we at saying, here's things that we want to keep, here's things that we want to change, here's things we want to tweak, especially as in what order we prioritize funding?
Educators, we have wait time. Oh, good. Yes, Mr. Porter.
As long as we keep students focused, as long as we define success multiple ways, and as long as we continue to consider equity and adequacy, I'm willing to look at everything.
Yes, Dr. Nitzwander.
Over lunch, a few of us were sitting here having a conversation, and I know that these weightings, for whatever reason, were put in place at one time, and we still have them today, and they all kind of make a lot of sense. We were having a conversation that I was sharing, I left a school district a similar size in 2007 to the one I'm in now. Similar numbers, similar poverty rates, similar demographics. But going back into it, the thing I noticed that is significantly different today than what we experienced back in 2006-07 is the mental health issues that kids are bringing in, that while they were there, they were not to the level or to the degree or to the number that students, we don't, you know, they go elsewhere for services, but I don't know how well that's reflected, but I do think that's one thing that has increased in the past decade or two that might not have been reflected. So just if we're thinking outside of the box, and I don't know how to do it, but that's just something that is a lot different.
Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I echo Mr. Porter's sentiments, and I said this a meeting or two ago. I do think we should be fearless about exploring the options so that we come to a decision that is an informed decision. So the idea of exploring new ideas does not scare me. I certainly rely on the work to show the way of, this change creates this new set of variables, and here's what it looks like. So.
And I think I kind of did a gut check on myself yesterday because I'm like, I think we could sound like when we're saying, now, why did they do it this way or that way, that we're beating up, and the work that was done years ago. And it really occurred to me that in 10 years, it's a different world. And the rationale for some of the decisions may hold true, may be changed, and doesn't mean it wasn't a rational decision back then. So.
Senator Gossage.
I would say thank you, Madam Vice Chair, because that's true. When those of us that are, and I would count myself as one of those that's fairly new to education funding, even though I've been serving in the Education Committee, we spend, 1 day and a half or something actually on funding, and the rest is on bills. And having served as a classroom teacher, I was involved in doing the best I could for my students, but not involved in the funding portion of this. So I ask a lot of questions, even some that may show my ignorance, but I have never had a problem with that. If I don't know, I'm going to say I don't know, and I'd like to know more. But I appreciate that when any of us are asking questions about why was that put in place, how did we come up with 3.59, what is that all about, that no one should feel defensive about those numbers, but just the more we know, the more we can determine, do they need to be changed? Do we need to reevaluate them? Are they achieving the goals that we think should be there? How objective are those measures? I think all of those things are important. And then I would also agree with my colleagues on this committee that have said, yes, let's be fearless. Yes, let's look at the whole picture, but not be afraid to make some changes that we think can really make a difference, instead of like, we don't want to offend anybody if we make a change here or there. Otherwise, what else is the purpose of this education task force? I don't think it's to put a rubber stamp on what we're already doing, nor is it we have to find a change, we have to make a change. It's just that, is a change necessary? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, and I appreciate what Mr. Porter said about what measures do we want, and any measure that we can that is quantifiable. We just got a report about an alleged grade tampering and a graduation rate tampering in a school in Wichita, and that they were really promoting the idea that their graduation rates had improved by 5%. And then I just go and look online to pull up that particular school's results, and they're almost twice as bad as our state's for the lowest category. And so I just pulled up ELL, and in 2024, 76% of their ELL students in this particular school, where graduation rates were climbing and there's potential grade tampering, were below grade level. If I looked at free and reduced lunch in the same category, we're talking about 55%. So yes, if there are multiple ways, but one way that I wouldn't use, graduation rates, because graduation rates are not correlated at all. I mean, if we want to babysit, that's one thing, and we want to have a safe place for them, that's one thing. But that doesn't mean you're learning anything. And I think we can look at this, if there's another form other than the NAEP or the ACT or the state assessment that we need to be looking at, it just has to be quantifiable. Thank you.
I'm trying to take notes as I go, so I apologize for my tardiness. Dr. Harwood.
I guess I would push back a little bit on not using graduation rate. When you look at, as Representative Williams talked about earlier, or yesterday when we were talking about, she mentioned at-risk and free lunch numbers going up and needing to change economic drivers in the state. The number one education driver that has to do with economics is graduation rate. And so I do think from that perspective, graduation rate is something that is usable, and that the idea that districts and teachers are artificially inflating credits in order to increase graduation rates. Did it happen in this situation? Maybe so, but I think when you look at any industry, including the legislature, there are bad actors that you have to do things around. It doesn't mean you should throw out that metric altogether.
Representative Estes.
I just kind of want to respond to what you're saying, because in a way, you guys are kind of being, I think, a focus group for us, because you're going to help direct where we're going. And I hear what Member Porter said, and I hear what you just said, and the multiple measures. And I think it is a case for multiple measures, and I think they have to be quantifiable. I think that but we're going to hold ourselves to a pretty high standard if we do. But I think that's part of, to quote Director Rucker, us being fearless. I think we have to say, these are the things that tell us what a child's life is going to be like when they leave us. Did we do a good job of preparing them? So I like what you've all had to say. Besides that graduation rate, what do you think is the best measure of where a child's going to go?
Dr. Harwood.
And I'm not saying that the graduation rate is the best indicator, but I think it is an indicator that we can't just ignore, because, again, when you look at economic portions of it, that is the one. The next one actually is the post-secondary success that the state board has been looking at, when it's what students do after they leave high school, because that would be the next biggest indicator of economic drivers. Are they going into the fields that we need them to go into? Are they getting the certifications that they need to? Are they getting those degrees that are there? I mean, so I think it kind of depends on what you're looking at. We talk about this all the time, is that I don't know a time when we didn't have state assessment scores when I was in school, but we had like the Iowa test of basic skills. I've never been asked about what my Iowa test of basic skills things were. ACT, yes. So there are some of those things we need to look at, but I think we also need to be looking at what are those metrics that make a difference in their life. So ACT would be one. Graduating is one. What's happening afterwards, but we could also talk to business and industry about what those are. Districts are doing that all the time. Sometimes those conversations get pretty myopic in that this one employer needs this one thing, which school districts can't and shouldn't do. But in general, those things are there. When we have those conversations, it's actually about character development, much more so than many other things. So, if we're going to talk about some of those things, employers are looking at character development more so than they're looking at state assessment scores.
Thank you.
Dr. Ninswander.
So interesting, we're having the same conversation at the local level. And one analogy we discussed was You know, when you go in for your physical, you never base your health off of one indicator. And you hope that your physician is not only just talking about blood pressure, they're talking about body weight, they're talking about, you know, just a whole list of things that you at the end of the day got to evaluate those in combination from what they were a year ago to where I am now, which a lot of those things I do have control over, my exercise, so it's just not one thing, because every one of us in here have different blood pressure. That's just because human nature. But there are things that we can do to control it, and you look at multiple things, and so I agree, I don't think there's one more important than the other. But as a parent, when I go in to sit down with a teacher to have a conversation about my child, I want to hear multiple things and not just based off of one thing. And I think we could come up with a lot of good, valuable measures that we'd want to look at. The health of a student, the health of a building, the health of a district, the health of a state.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I think it's the question about how open are we to change. I mean, I'm absolutely open for change, but I think change for the sake of change alone is worse than no change, because you know where you're at. So I think it has to be a directed approach to change. I'm a trained statistician. I spent a lot of time in my career looking at numbers and things, and I sympathize with the idea of multiple measures. But I think one of the things that we look at in education is, I mean, the only thing really we look at in education is how the brain has changed. You know, have we made an impact on children's brains? When we get done with 12 years of instruction, or 13, I'm from the old school that I never got kindergarten, so 13 or whatever years it is. I mean, is the brain different? And is it different in the way that it stores information and the way it handles information? And for a long time, there's been a discussion about which of those two is most important. And I think, yes, both of them are most important. And what we need as policymakers is something that is totally different than what a building principal, a district superintendent, you know, people at the local level, a local school board. Those are all different things. I think the thing that's really important when we look at our Constitution, and it talks about our oversight of education, and it talks about that we will be responsible for the intellectual development. We will be responsible for the vocational development. Sometimes I think we want to not provide for the garden, but mow the weeds. And I think we need oversight and indicators of oversight. We don't have to have 100%, I know exactly what's happening in every building, but we do have to know from a statistical point of view whether the public's dollars are being used in a manner that is conducive to what our charge of public education in the state is. And so, I mean, that's all kind of philosophical, but I think it comes back to a policy. I want indicators. I don't need 1,000 indicators. I need indicators at specific times And I think Dr. Neiswander really hit the nail on the head when he said, is there change over time? I'm paraphrasing what you say, but the concept that we have had as a state, as a legislature, as educational governance, that we can take dipstick approaches to education and say, well, everybody at this date is at this point, I think is where we really get into trouble, because what we should be concerned about is whether this child is at a different point today than they were a year ago, or 6 years ago, or 13 years ago. And so I don't know how that all incorporates into educational policy, but I think we need to change our way of thinking, that we look at progress over time, not an indicator at a specific point in time. Thank you.
All right, I'm an old teacher, so I'm about to call on some people who haven't said much today. I'm looking to my right, Mr. Getz.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for calling on me and forcing me to talk. I'm just kidding. Just want to connect a couple dots in my head on the, we had a conversation over lunch just about some of the behavioral stuff late in a child's high school, and some ways to correct that. But I really think the mental health, I link that a lot with the big change around more technology, and just kind of what we can do to help build into kids the character to be able to control that it doesn't control them, and start to, in a sense, not let their brain develop, and which is kind of what the science is showing. Intellectual and vocational development, how could we get back around that? I guess the main thing for me, that is an idea I would like to stick pretty close with, there's some special education ones, but I'll wait on those, is could we have a firmer, because I'm with Representative Williams on the graduation thing. It's a big moment, but also what is it culminating? And those right markers that we're thinking of when we're in that graduation moment, has there been progress, or is it kind of just a moment and not enough has happened for it to edify that student? Around reading, I think we've talked about that a lot for the last couple of years. And by the third grade time, we know there's trouble if we're not on pace. And so I guess that would be a huge one for me. And even looking at, and I'm not saying the standards or, and I don't understand, kids getting to move along without being able to meet the standards and how that's changed and the history of that. I need to do some studying, but it feels like it's different. And maybe we need to get back to a point where these marker points at maybe third and seventh grade are, look, if a kid's behind at those points, we need to pull the reins back and say, might need you to go back through this, and there be in the culture, like, not every grade is like warning signs, but there are some on this journey to completion of graduation and still be able to celebrate that well if there's some meaningful steps that are happening and they're guarded a little better. So I would like to look around the reading and how we could redirect some of that early funding initiative around some of the great reading things that we have shifted gears on, and I celebrate those, but also want to see them stick and, have what they need to get the students what they need. So, I mean, since I was forced to ramble, that is my ramble for the moment, but I guess kind of synthesizing it back down into that reading and accountability. And because if we can get those two things, because I think on the intellectual development, when quoting the constitutional responsibility, reading is huge. On the vocational development, character is huge, but without some sort of boundary that is respected, there is no character. And so those would be kind of two lanes that I would like us to think around when however we're evening out the funding and directing it towards 2 or 3 measurements that we're going to look at to say this is success and this is failure on us, that is not helping kids, not helping educators. Those would be 2 that are pretty big for me. And I think there are for all of you. But since I was, again, forced to ramble, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I'm such a delight for an office mate, right?
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No guarantee that I won't ramble too, but one thing that's been on my mind the last month is cybersecurity. I feel like that's an investment that our districts have to make because it's not a matter of if you'll get hacked, it's when. And I can't imagine much that's more precious to me than my children and their identity and the safety that we keep their information, the private. And along those lines, I've been thinking a lot about technology and the way we invest in that. And the precipice that we're on with artificial intelligence is really, really huge. And I think this building in particular maybe hasn't been as proactive at learning about that and addressing it as we should be. I was in a conference and I had the opportunity to listen to the person in Chicago Public Schools who was implementing some new AI ideas. And it was exciting. At this point, they're looking at ways to help make the teacher's time more effective. So not replacing a teacher by any means, but I think this is a whole new field that was new to me. I echo the mental health concerns. I sit on Health and Human Services, and I'm on the Johnson County Mental Health Advisory Board. And when I've talked to teachers, many times their biggest complaint is behavior. They can't teach them if they can't sit down and listen and focus, or if everyone's not safe, you have to clear the room because a child's out of control, that sort of thing. I want to make sure that we're giving our teachers the tools that they need to help with that, but also the families the tools that they need, the children the tools that they need to not let behavior get in their way of learning. So I would ask that we try to be sensitive to different circumstances and factors with different districts, or even within a district, different schools. I think if we could just be sensitive to helping the most vulnerable, or prioritizing helping the most vulnerable first, that would mean a lot to me. I'd like for us to continue this methodical approach. I really want to give you props, Madam Chair, for the way you've run these meetings. When I was appointed to this task force, it was really intimidating, and it still is, and a daunting task ahead of us, and it still is. But at least we are not like running full speed, which is a huge relief to me. And I want us to do what we can to avoid micromanagement. I think it's really important that we ask perspective of teachers and professionals that'll be impacted by these decisions that we make, and really take that into account. And lastly, I think the more we can invest in early intervention, the better the payoff will be. So we do some of that already. Director Rooker has given me some documents to help me better understand the investments we make. So I don't know if it's possible to have like a whole mini session on our early childhood investment in Kansas and how the different streams come from that, and how it overlaps with K-12. I think I've rambled enough, but those are just my top line thoughts.
I had a follow-up, a clarifying question for you. You said invest in technology, and where I thought you were going was getting our kids ready to compete in a competitive technology market, to have the right technological skills. And then you kind of mentioned, as it applied to teachers, so that you really meant it as like how we're using technology more than teaching technology.
I mean specifically artificial intelligence and the way that's going to change education, but also industry, schools. It's already an issue in colleges with, and I'm sure high schools and more, with cheating. I think what we need to make sure is that we're training kids with the critical thinking skills to know how to ask the right questions and then be discerning when they get the answer that's spit out and make sure that they can verify. So it's hard for us to picture what schools will look like in even 5 years, much less the next time we come and revisit this. So I am grateful that we are looking at it. I don't want to rubber stamp anything either. And I'm going to be brave with you guys, but probably more brave together than I would be alone. But it is an important exercise that we're going through, and I'm glad we're taking our time.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, I just want to say how helpful this committee has been to me and with understanding weightings, et cetera. And I felt like when we were talking about the high-low and then it was shared, we may have a preliminary alternative methodology, might be using to take the same funds but redistribute them in a different way. And that's pretty exciting that we're, seriously looking at that. But I felt like with the transportation and the ESOL weightings, it's sort of like, okay, but now where do we go from here? Like we kind of know what they're doing, but I don't know that we even have a path, much less multiple paths going forward. And I would hope before we get too far down the road that we can take a stop and like look at each of these individually and at least have some kind of an idea the direction that we're taking. And the other thing, again, that I would like to mention is as we look at student outcomes, I realize, I think, is it not this year that they're changing the Kansas assessment again? But do we use a national assessment like we used to have the Iowa Test of Basic Skills, which is a national test? Do we have a national measure? Because how do we compare ourselves to how other states are doing if we're only using our own state measure?
What we do have is the NAEP and the ACT. Those would be the two that come to mind that are nationally given that we could compare with. I don't think there are any others. I'm looking to Dr. Harwood.
So each district also has a diagnostic that they have to do, a dyslexia diagnostic, which would typically be a nationally normed test. We collect very limited data on that, but the districts would use that to make changes in instruction.
And Dr. Howard, correct me if I'm wrong or help me understand it better. When Iowa Test of Basic Skills does the test for a state, they change it to that state standards and you kind of still don't get an apple to apple, or is that true or not true? Or some of both?
So I haven't worked with the Iowa Test of Basic Skills since I was in 6th grade, so I don't know about that one. But for example,
Any of the national vendors.
So example, FastBridge, which is very commonly used in the state, they actually then do, they norm it to the state. So you get a national norm, a state norm, and then even a district norm as well. So each student is compared to how the district is doing, the state is doing, and then nationally. Also then they try to, as best they can, crosswalk to state standards. The test is very different, so that's not quite as clear cut, but you can use that to start looking at how you would predict performance on the state assessment moving forward.
Thank you, that helps a lot.
Dr. Gibson, online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few things as I'm listening to the conversations here, which are really robust and good. I started thinking about 2014 when the legislative body approved the Rose standards. And what I think I hear today is a lot of the same conversations of back then of looking at well-rounded and supporting kids through multiple measures. So as I look at just a couple areas in specific, one is what I call foundational skills is what we're usually talking about on state assessments or FastBridge or MAP or ITVS back in the day, which of course we know is a good measure. And then I heard the words mental health and post-secondary. And so I do think that keeping an open mind about all the complexity and what we're looking for. But I also wonder, is this a time that we go back to, even as I just did, the testimony back in 2014, and the state board kind of did a cross-reference saying, here's the Rose capacities, here's how the state board is supporting and measuring. And I wonder if it's that time because, of course, we have new accreditation, new models, new assessments, and maybe it's time to go back and look at that to reach a common consensus that maybe the Rose capacities still work for us, but maybe the measure has changed.
Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Gibson, you do not have benefit of the paperwork handed out this morning. You may have it in your inbox. But Chapter 3 of the WestEd study is all about translating the Rose standards to measurable outcomes in Kansas, and it includes that crosswalk table. So we can see, again, at the time, and so if the state board has made any adjustments since then, it's not what's published here. But it does show us, there's a couple really good tables in this study. Table 2 is Rose standards by skill, content, and aspiration. That's on the the page number. The page numbers don't correlate to the physical pages, so we'll just call it table 2. And table 3 is the Rose standards crosswalk to standard statewide measures of student outcomes, which I think both of these would be useful for the committee to take note of.
Dr. Gibson, did you have anything else?
That is it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Senator Petty.
Well, I'm sorry I came back in a little bit late and didn't realize that it was going to be everybody's making statements. But it is interesting to listen to all of the different thoughts. And I will say I have to acknowledge the fact that I have to be a person that says, why? And is there a reason why we are looking at our school finance formula, and if there is a real reason to change it, and what's the positive for our students and for our school districts to be successful? And so I do think that the mammoth of information that the staff has been working on to provide us with is helpful. But and it's been said by Representative Williams more than once and others about keeping students in mind. But I do know that in order for students to be successful, our school districts have to have the support to make that happen. Hearing about, mental health has become a forefront for our staffs and our children within our schools, and it's not caused by the schools, but it is caused by the environment that we all live in, and we are not going to be able to change that. That is an impact on intellectual development and where our children are going. I still am a strong supporter of graduation rates because having a high school diploma is a key to open the first door to get a job. I do not believe it is the key, but if they don't have that, they're not on a trajectory to be economically successful. And we don't have to go to, we could go to 10 employers and that would be the first thing to say, but then they'd be saying that they're going to be looking at whether they have a certificate or whether they have higher education past that, and they're not going to get any of that if they don't have a high school diploma. And that, to me, as was mentioned by Dr. Gibson, that has been a focus for some time from this legislature about increasing our graduation rate and looking at that as an economical tool. And so I would see us not seeing that as being important to be a backward step. But I have to mention early intervention because that I have been so involved with that since I've been, before I was in the legislature, but since I've been in the legislature. And so if we're really looking at improving our school finance formula, and it was mentioned about brain development, well, 90% of brain development occurs before the age of 5. So if we really are thinking about our children as a whole, we should be spending time, and Representative McDonald mentioned this, on talking about what are other states doing as far as early childhood is concerned, and should we be making a bigger step forward in Kansas than we're making? Because right now we're only helping families, around 47% of our families, when it comes to prior to kindergarten. So I hope that we will keep that as a piece if we are looking at having a formula that's going to last for the next 20 to 30 years, that we look at that early intervention.
Okay, did we miss anyone? I don't have any more notes. Did we get everyone?
Your turn.
Okay.
We have to be on the hot seat if we put everybody else on the hot seat.
Okay, well, and I'm so thankful we've had this discussion, because some of it has been very helpful to give us a little bit more insight as to what the focus is and how we want to frame our work going forward. Also, it's kind of reaffirmed some of the things that we thought we had heard, and we will share here in a moment about some ideas that we have that we want to put forth as for consideration. But interesting, over the break, to me, if we cannot have open, honest discussion and not feel like someone's being blamed or get defensive, then we're not going to be as successful as we can be if we put that aside. I've said many, many times, especially as it relates to literacy and the work we're doing there, it matters how we got there, but that can't be where we spend our time. We've got to say, okay, here's where we are. Unless it pertains to not making that same mistake going forward, how can we go from here? I'm not interested in blaming, but if we can't be truthful about the status of where we are and see that what needs to change and what doesn't, then we're going to be swimming uphill or swimming upstream on this task force. So I thought it was interesting over the lunch break today that I was approached by several different people, and one said, I just want to tell you how much teachers appreciate the discussion that you guys are having. They're frustrated, they're struggling, they know we need, to look at things differently, and they're encouraged that at least we're having the discussion. And lo and behold, not a little bit later, another person comes up and says, teachers are telling me that you're beating up on them. And so I'm like, okay, it's the same conversation, and it's just interesting, the different perspective. And if we can't be honest, because we've got to put away the past tension between the stakeholders that are at this table, if we're going to make the true progress that our students deserve. And without that acknowledgement, and without being able to talk openly about the facts of the situation, we're not going to get to the root and be able to deliver the best funding model possible. I've heard every single person here this afternoon say, put students first. And if we keep that as our focus, we may disagree on what that looks like, we may disagree on how we get there, but if we're truly operating with that in mind, then I have hope that we'll be able to overcome all of the challenges in the history and whatever caused us to get to this point in our state's history as it relates to school finance. So that's my hope. It was just interesting, the different perspectives from people receiving feedback from teachers. It's just interesting, and it doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, that was not surprising to me, but kind of tying some of this together as far as my thoughts. I have long had a concern. I don't think we should dismiss graduation rate. I think we need to be honest about what that is. I have asked many, many, many times in committee, what does a Kansas high school diploma mean? What does that mean? And to me, that should be an indication when a student walks across that stage, that should tell everybody that this student is able to, that they know this and or can do this. Well, what is that? I have not gotten a clear definition of what that is. And when you're looking at it from a legislator perspective or a parent perspective, and in all honesty, you see every objective measure, and that's not everything we know, we're talking about mental health and all this, but every objective measure, decrease, ACT, state assessments, NAEP, those are going down and graduation rate is going up. Co-requisite, remedial, whatever you want to call it, at post-secondary. I have the post-secondary folks in my office frequently, and they're saying they're not prepared for our level of work. Now, I'm not blaming, I'm just telling you that if we can't acknowledge that, we've got a problem. So my question is, if we're going to say graduation, a diploma is something, then I think we need to define that it indicates this student has this level of knowledge or this level of skill, and that's consistent, or it's as consistent as we can make it, because right now I don't have confidence in that, to be quite honest. And I've been in districts where, I'll be honest, the superintendent or the school board could graduate 100% of their kids. They could graduate 100% of their kids. That's just the truth. So I do think it's a valuable indicator. I think we need to maybe talk about what it is that diploma means, because I do have employers too. And the thing that concerns me is I'm hearing from kindergarten teachers who say, the gap between what kids know coming into kindergarten is widening. Used to be, it was kind of, within this range, but now we've got those who are reading, and then we've got those who don't know how to pick up a pencil. And I think that's true with employers. I'm hearing some employers say, for some reason, they're getting the really great students coming out, and then I'm getting those who say, wow, they really aren't coming out knowing or being able to do much. And so I think those are conversations worth having. I think we need to define what it is we think the purpose of our education establishment is. What is the purpose of our schools? I know for decades we've been talking about poverty and the impact that it has on our students and their achievement. And there's no doubt that's a factor. But since 1965, that was the year mentioned earlier, we've spent over $23 trillion in this country, $23 trillion on the war on poverty. That's $1.8 trillion a year, okay? At some point, we have to ask ourselves, why do we see the increased mental health issues? Why do we spend $23 trillion on anti-poverty initiatives? That does not include Medicare and Social Security, by the way. That's without those two. And I used to tell my teachers, and I'll just stop there, speaking of rambling, I used to tell my teachers, because when I started my education career, the mindset and what we were told was parents aren't keeping their best kids at home. They're sending us what they have. No kid should be allowed to fail. They can all learn. They can all reach their potential. By the time I left education, that mindset had shifted. And it was, I've literally heard education leaders say, well, there's just some kids that aren't going to learn. And I wonder why that shift has occurred, and it bothers me. Because not all students are going to necessarily achieve, to be valedictorian or going, but they can all achieve and learn. And I just want us to, I'd like to kind of see us go back to that mindset of helping each child reach their individual potential. Because I hear from teachers, and I think my own perception is the students who can't read, when they can't read by third grade, those are the students, in my experience, that become behavior problems in the classroom, that struggle. They go, if they can't get it in third grade, they're not going to get it in fourth grade. They're not going to get, and they would rather be a behavior problem than look stupid in front of their peers. That's been my experience. And I wonder how many of these things, the mental health issues, the dropout, we could see affected if we made sure all of our kiddos were reading on third grade, and how much of those risk factors might be mitigated by that. So that's a lot. I've said a lot. I'm going to stop there and put you in the hot seat, Vice Chair.
It is only fair. Somebody, I think it might have been Dr. Nineswater, made the comparison to heart rates, and it's like, I do see us, we are trying to find, and I think this is our commonality, the very best possible prescription. But to do that, you have to go through diagnostic test, and the diagnostic test phase is not always fun. And I think, we're there, but I'm heartened to see that we don't all agree on everything, and we may not on the things that we do agree on, and the things we don't. We may not have the same definitions of how to fix them, but I think we are hitting on some themes that I think a lot of them really reflect some of the themes of where I wanted to go, and a few of you gave me a couple of new things to think about. But I think when we go through this process and we're assessing ourselves and how we're doing right now, it would be important for us to have a way to continue to diagnose ourselves and check our health. And for that, I think we require a full data picture. So I think that's one of the themes that I'm hearing that's pretty united amongst everybody. You want multiple points of measurement, not just a state assessment. I think the formatives that were mentioned are important. Another theme that I heard was important, it's progress. I don't think any of us expect to get all kids in Kansas to a level 4 by a certain date, but I think we're saying the progress is really important to us, and I think that's a much more constructive and fair way to think about looking at our outcomes. And somebody said, I'll have a list. I'm going to take you up on that list. I think that might have been you, on what some of those measurements need to be. Because I think we have to be really accountable and very analytical in what we're doing, because it really does come down to being able to redirect money. And so to answer Senator Petty's question of the why, there's just one theme today that I think makes changing our school finance formula important, is everybody here who talked about early education and those K through 3 years. And that alone is important, and I think if we do that right, we free up other money that we've been using for other things down the road to put in other places that we think are important. And I think we have to, like I said, keep diagnosing ourselves and looking at that effectiveness so we can stretch our dollars. So I have another round of question for you guys, and that question would be, of the things that we've talked about, or maybe something you feel strongly about that we haven't talked about, if you were to say, this is the first thing I want to put in the formula and make sure that we pay for, what would that be? Because for me, teacher salary is, a base salary is one of those things. Early K through 3 is one of those things, and I kind of want to hear from all of you guys, what do you think is really important, even if it's something that somebody else said? It helps me to know or helps us to know how many people are thinking that way. So would somebody like to be the brave first person?
All right. Senator Petty.
Since I was last the first time. Well, the question about one thing I want to put in the formula, although you said two things, and what would it be? Then, I mean, I don't, that says we're starting from scratch, and I never thought that we were starting from scratch. We have something, but it would be at-risk funding because it does address the high needs of our children that to help make a better, to increase their educational abilities, and also expanded opportunities for early childhood. That, when I say that, I'm talking about 4-year-olds.
Thank you for that clarification. And again, this does not mean that there is a particular direction anything is going. I'm just kind of, like I said, it was kind of a focus day group so that get accurate.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if we're limited to just one, but if I had to pick just one, it would be early childhood investments.
I don't think I stuck to one, so yeah, please.
You can have a couple more.
The other thing I think, and I'm not necessarily sure that it needs to be pulled out in this body, but if we can invest in literacy as a part of that early childhood focus, and then also we need to make sure that kids in middle school, high school, that there's some resources along that lines too for those who just never did quite get the reading skills that they needed. But that may be another committee. I just want us to be mindful of that.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just kind of piggyback on Representative McDonald. I think if we don't invest in reading, if we don't have kids that read, and I think Representative from Dodge City mentioned third grade. You know, I mean, all of us know that our success in life is highly correlated to our ability to understand what's going on around us. And when you can't do that, it doesn't work. So reading, literacy.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And definitely that, I think that there should be summer school for every single third grader that's not where they need to be. And I'm actually stunned that we're not fully there, meaning that that isn't already happening, that there's a stopgap in second grade, and there's a stopgap in third, and there's a stopgap in fourth, and that we wouldn't even think about, not making sure. Now, yeah, I've heard it said, well, you can't force parents. No, you cannot. But then if they don't take or elect into this opportunity to have growth, then maybe they don't move on to the next level. You give parents those options, but we're going to have to be a little bit stronger and not just give in on the first whim for the first cry. The other thing I would like to see, we need to fund outcomes. And what I mean that specifically, we were just having a sidebar discussion about NAEP, and I was just pulling up Kansas's report card. It's 2022. And the gap between different types of students is not getting less. For our Black students, there's a 27-point lower than other students. For Hispanic students, there's 22 points. If we were to look at Asian students, we'd probably see a 20-point higher than that because they exceed everyone. In fact, I was just looking at our Kansas State assessment, and I'm blown away at how incredible they are doing. So it's not just, there's something happening, and I know that if I were a parent of a minority student in those categories that aren't doing well, and I really looked at it, I'd be kind of furious that we were just, you let our kids graduate and we just weren't there. So we should be funding and incentivizing narrowing the gap between these students that are making it and those who are not. Because if we can't do that, then we're wasting our time. And that's why I don't like the at-risk funding, because it's not doing anything. On every measurable standard, I cannot see how it's doing one bit of good. So if the schools just want the money, have at it, but do with it what you want, because what you're doing right now to try to identify or target students isn't changing anything. It's the gap, and we are ignoring the gap somehow.
Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't necessarily going to open this can of worms right now, but my husband goes on at length. He's a data scientist, and he gets really frustrated. It's not that we don't need to focus on literacy, because we absolutely do, but we never talk about numeracy. We talk about dyslexia, but we never talk about dysgraphia. And I bought these earrings the other day, and they were like 80% off at Hy-Vee, and I was so excited, so I went to the florist department to pay for them, and the little girl could not figure out what 80% of $20 was. And I had to have her redo it 3 times, and I had to show her on my calculator how to do it, and that's numeracy. I went and toured the pipe fitters apprenticeship program, and I was just floored at how much physics they have to do pipe fitting. The economy of tomorrow really does not just rely on reading, but those math skills are important too. So I don't know if that's an appropriate conversation I have when we're talking about school funding, but I think it's a conversation we're not generally having in our education committees.
I do think there is a trend to do that. I have just lately in literature and research, seen that some of the same strategies they're using for literacy, they're starting to talk more about math skills. And I certainly hope we aren't sending the message that literacy is the only thing, but I think most of us would agree that that's foundational to how we live and how we function and to being successful. So, next, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to mirror what Representative Williams was talking about, in that if we can look back at research to see, did this work? Is this working? Because it's easy to say, well, we need to take this approach. That's how we got whole language. Or we need to take that approach, and let's just kind of throw it at the wall and kind of see what it does. And then we end up with all these children who weren't able to read. And then now we've, of course, gone back to a phonetic approach. I agree with what Representative McDonald was saying about there's not much discussion about dysgraphia, because we don't see that a lot. But dysgraphia, for those of you that don't know, is a neurological condition in which someone has difficulty turning their thoughts into written language. And having been a writing teacher, what I've heard from not only from the universities, but also from the industry, the business world, is that we have people who can read, but they can't put a sentence together. We say, write a written report, they don't even know how to begin. We definitely need to focus on literacy, but also on writing skills. Having taught 3rd through 6th grade, we did exactly what Representative Williams was talking about. If a child was not at a certain competency in reading by 3rd grade, they were held back in 3rd grade to do 3rd grade over. But the held back could have happened in kindergarten, 1st or 2nd. And oftentimes any student that I held back was a student that was often a transfer student, and they were in 3rd grade, and you're like, why in the world are they here? They are just struggling. Often they become a problem. So I like the idea of saying, we need to really look at, are we doing these children a favor by just moving them through the grades because we're moving them through the grades? And, what we've heard before is, well, there can be some kind of a stigma or bullying if you were held back. But what kind of stigma or bullying is there if they can't read? In the classroom, if they're not competent, if they become behavioral problems. And I think we need to look at that at each grade level. Is the child ready to be promoted to the next grade? We used to do that. We've kind of gotten away from that. But giving the parents the alternative is that we do have summer school to try to help Johnny get caught up to where he can go ahead and go to 2nd grade. personal folks in my family who made the decision to hold their child back in kindergarten or take first grade over. It's one of the best things that they ever decided to do, especially with the birthday being in June or July. But again, I think what we have to do is, rather than my picking literacy, of course, which is my master's program in reading, but I think that we need to look at, again, going back to what's best for the child. And I think the focus on literacy, I agree with the discussion on mathematics. Having taught fifth graders, math gets really hard in fifth grade. Reading gets very hard in third grade if you don't have those basic math skills. My background with Sylvan Learning Centers for 10 years is we looked at the building blocks, did a series of 5 different tests, and started teaching the blocks that were missing from kindergarten to first grade for a sixth grader. That's why you never really got fractions. Oh, you see light bulbs coming on. Much more difficult to do that in the classroom. But children need to be able to be at a certain level at a certain time to be successful before moving to the next level. And I think we need to take a really hard look at that. And I'd be curious to know, Madam Chair, if there are any schools in the state of Kansas that are actually doing that, and what kind of success rate have they seen? Thank you.
I know that there has been a lot of talk of mastery versus age or grade level, and I don't know if that's something that's being considered or not, but, okay, who's next? I'm going to turn the vice chair on y'all to start calling. She's not afraid to do it. I know it's getting late in the afternoon, that lunch is settling and we're getting that sleepy, but Dr. Nightswater.
Well, I think whatever we come up with, sometimes the weightings are, appear to be in addition to what your district is experiencing. But I think we have to, I look at it as, if we have a really good foundational formula, then our walls, our windows, our rooftop units, other weightings, you can do anything as long as you have a solid foundation. But without that, don't waste money on windows. Don't waste, they're going to crack, they're going to break, so I always have to look at it, 80% of just about every district is their people. They're teachers, they're bus drivers, they're food service, they're librarian, and that's 80% of my general and supplemental added together. It's people, and with a good foundation, then other weightings can be built on top of that foundation. But to me, I just have to look at it as, we start with a good foundational structure, then the districts that have the higher bilingual, have the higher risk factor, then those can be built on top of that, if that makes sense.
All right, I saw Member Porter raise his hand just as I was about to call on him.
I saw you looking, so I thought I might as well. I'm almost guaranteed to ramble. I couldn't read when I left third grade. I couldn't read past the remedial area when I graduated from high school. So it seems to be somewhat surprising that I also chaired the Dyslexia Task Force. So I am very interested in reading. I'm concerned with the discussion about holding kids back. And the reason I'm concerned with that, I think that the research indicates, and by the way, it's been a while since I've seen this, that holding a kid back 1 year increases the probability of dropping out significantly. Holding a kid back 2 years almost guarantees that there will be a dropout. Kids need to be able to perform at grade level. There are ways to deal with that other than holding them back. Provide, if summer school's an option, that's great. If other supports, that we need to address the fact that a student is a struggling reader and can't read. But there are ways to do that other than holding them back. And I'm concerned with that because there are unintended consequences. That it sounds good. It really sounds good. But there are unintended consequences that is documentable. So I hope that we can, as we emphasize reading, that we make sure that we find ways to provide the extra help and extra service necessary to make them successful. And that means that we may have to be pretty creative in order to do that. Now I'm just going to go off. We are using assessments, and it's absolutely guaranteed that assessment is going to be one of the measures we use. I think that this group needs to know this. And I've had people in this room tell me that they're tired of hearing about COVID, but I'm going to bring it up again because I too am tired of hearing about COVID. But one of the things that has not recovered is the absentee rate. The chronic absentee rate skyrocketed after COVID. And then we had some information at the last at a board meeting or two ago about the correlation between chronic absenteeism and performance on the Kansas assessment. If you were at level 4, the chronic absentee rate, I don't remember what it was exactly, but it was between 3 and 4%. If you were at level 1, the chronic absentee rate was 50% or more. That means that those kids that are at level 4 are missing at least 10%, 50% of them are missing. So those are the sorts of things we need to, if we're going to make decisions based on a certain area, we need to understand that there are other factors other than just a test on a day. Now, we are not where we need to be. I'm not saying where we need to be. I'm not using that as an excuse. I'm saying that is a fact. That is a documentable fact, and we need to make sure before we make decisions, we need to have all the facts. So I think my rambling, Madam Vice Chair, is reached to an end, unless I can come up with something else.
I will let you off the hook, but I kind of make an analogy to what you're saying as we are trying to put together a 1,000-piece puzzle. We know what we want it to look like. We know we want to complete it. And in terms of progress right now, we're not even done making the edge.
Yes, and I thought of something else. And this relates to what the chair said about we need to know what a diploma. By the way, I strongly support keeping graduation rate because I think we can look at other things. There are more kids now graduating with college credit. There are more kids graduating with credentials. That's part of that process. Is the same graduation, and this is a question, I don't know the answer, is the same graduation outcome necessary for each student? Is the student that is going to be the pharmacist and the student who is going to be the underwater welder, and by the way, the underwater welder will probably make more money, does their diploma need to look exactly the same? I don't know the answer to that, but I think that's a question that that may not be this group's job. That may be our job. But at any rate, I think that that's worthy for discussion.
That's a very interesting thought, and I think there are a couple of states out there that have different types of diplomas, but I'm not sure, but maybe amongst their free time, since we don't ask them to do very much research, can find an answer for us. Thank you for those points. Dr. Gibson was online.
But before we call on Dr. Gibson, just real quickly, again, I think what Mr. Porter brought up, again, it is the absenteeism rate. How does that jive with our increasing graduation rate? How can we have higher absentee and still see that? I think those are things we need to flesh out. Dr. Gibson.
I agree with what a lot of people have said, obviously, and understanding the diversity of needs across the districts, and every student's needs look different, may result in a different need for funding for each of them. The one area that I haven't yet heard, but the one that's common with the districts I speak to most often is special ed. And we know that students with disability do require and need additional supports. And so I think back just in our own district, obviously, a few years back, we were supplementing with our own general fund, and it'll be about $350 a student, transferring that over to special ed to cover the unfunded. This year will surpass $1,000. So not only are we impacting the students with disabilities and moving funds over, we're impacting every student. So something I'd like to keep in the forefront is an area that every district is talking a lot about right now is how to best meet those needs, and that might need additional resources or a different formula altogether.
Thank you. Is anybody else who would like to be next? And we have not called on Director Profit today, so you're the next voluntold.
I'm in, huh? Apologies to the committee. I think the easiest thing for me to say as budget director is predictability in the formula, right? I mean, I think we all want that, but as a budget director, I particularly like having predictability in what a budget looks like. We've talked a lot about outcomes and outcome-driven and test scores and incentivizing improvements, right? And I believe in all of those, and I believe that we need to see improvement. I believe that our students should be first. I believe that the scores do matter, but I also believe they're not the only things. I also believe that whether it's education or any area of government, just throwing money at a problem is not the answer, but it doesn't mean it doesn't help as long as it's targeted and the right thing. So I don't want to lose sight of, like, more resources might actually be the answer. Just throwing it there is not the answer, but more resources might in fact be the answer. So I'm all for incentivizing outcomes and funding outcomes and seeing those improved. But as I said before, we were discussing some of the our North Stars, so to speak, is I don't want the opposite to be true. If a district is struggling or students are struggling and we're seeing somebody fall back, I think the worst possible thing we could do would be to pull back on those resources. And I don't think anybody suggested that this far, but I want to make sure that if we do set up a structure in which we're incentivizing resources, or excuse me, incentivizing outcomes, resources are also available and maybe more readily available in a targeted fashion for areas that are struggling. Let's do some root cause analysis, figure out what it is that's needed, and then fund those resources and fund those needs and get them up to where they need to be. I also think I'm a believer in some of the key tenets of the current formula where adequacy and equitability need to be front and center. So I don't want to lose sight of those as we tweak this formula that we have right now.
Thank you. We let you go a little longer because you missed the first round. Dr. Harwood, but before I go, it was interesting to hear your perspective on predictability. And I love that we have so many different people from different perspectives on this committee, because that's important to hear that point of view. So thank you, Dr. Harwood. I'm calling on you.
I think I've talked plenty. So, and part of this is sitting here as a non-voting member. I was actually trying to listen to the people that get to vote in the end. I'll probably go back a little bit to what Dr. Nineswander said about it starts with the base. I mean, so if you don't have a base type of funding, adding anything on is going to be not going to get you where you want to go. So, and how those work together. I do think that hearing these conversations, I think it's going to be interesting to see how much the task force looks at providing funding and allowing local control of the decision-making on how best to use those funds, and how much will be targeted and have restrictions placed on those funds. If we're placing restrictions on them, then that means we think we have the answer, and that districts just need to implement the answer. And we have some sources that are like that now, and then we have other ones that are just much more general. And you can do both. You can look at, this is how we're going to provide funding, and this is how we're going to look at accountability, and have something else happen along the way. But just hearing this conversation, it's been interesting to hear some people talk about, we just need to provide the funding and the districts make the decision, and others have been much more targeted in, we need to provide funding for this thing. So, at the end, I think we have to talk about all the things that are going to hang on to the base. But as long as we're going to keep with a student-centered funding formula, the base is the beginning of it.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Director Rooker. And you figured out my pattern.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So a lot has been said that I would concur with. I would say for me, to speak to the one thing that matters, I know from the work I've put into this over the years, a static formula is not going to meet the needs beyond that moment in time. So we have, that's the idea that we need a formula that keeps up with inflation, that maintains the purchasing power, be it, the salary rates that need to increase to deal with cost of living, the cost of the basic supplies and utilities and all of those things. Like, you get the picture. We have to be able to keep up with the cost of delivering the things to be able to, that's the sidetrack we got into for 20 years. I think when I listen to conversations about the reading and math skills, I appreciate that others have raised the early childhood piece. The current formula funds a half day for children who qualify under the risk factors. For 3 and 4-year-olds are included in that. It also, the IDEA funding, the special ed funding applies, kids 3 and up under Part B that is delivered through our schools, looking at Mr. Moore. We have a grant program, the Kansas Preschool Pilot, that also has requirement that 50% of the children in the programs that are funded by that grant have to also be at risk, because half of that funding comes from TANF. So we have to meet the income, that income criteria. 65% of our early childhood block grant is funding services for preschool age, for childcare. So you think about a half day of preschool, a working parent needs a full day of care. So we'll talk more this summer about the block grant, the early childhood block grant. But I would love to see us moving from basically grant funding preschool offerings in Kansas to something more stable, incorporated into the picture because of the importance of the skills and preparation that come from high quality preschool classrooms, which I want to be very clear is Kansas operates a mixed delivery system. So I am not calling for a mandatory universal school-based pre-K program. I am saying we have to think about the brain development that Senator Petty referred to. It's research, it's fact. The formative, those first 5 years of life are when a lot of those skills are like the development of the brain architecture, the capacity to learn, the life skills that exposure to a high-quality preschool program provide, the ability to sit at circle time and listen and take turns and share, and all of those things dates back to that everything I needed to know I learned in kindergarten. Like, this is that time in life when we're teaching kids some of those same skills that employers are looking for. So I think some analysis, there's certainly plenty of different national studies. We have a Kansas-based study that is peer-reviewed that stems from, it is a true longitudinal study done with the Wichita School District and the top early learning centers in Sedgwick County. It shows the ROI of the investment in for the children participating in their program. It has followed them through high school graduation. The study shows for kids identified for special education, they exit the IEP situation sooner. There are better attendance rates. There are fewer disciplinary referrals, better graduation rates, and better outcomes. And it translates, I think they translated it to, for every $1 invested, there was a savings of $11 in other types of services. I would be happy to provide, we can send a link to that study so that you all can read for yourselves. But I think it's really important for us to analyze cost of investment versus ROI, and which is what we're all talking about. How do we measure these outcomes and all of that? If I may, we've had lots of anecdotal stories. We had our kids in California and brought them back here in 2004. I had a rising 4th grader and a rising 7th grader at the time. The standards in California and the standards in Kansas were not in alignment. It really affected my son, who was our 4th grader, because the teaching of, in math, multiplication, division, fractions, those concepts, those skills were not taught in California in 3rd grade at that time. And I don't know where they are today, but so he landed in a Kansas 4th grade classroom with a different, he was on a different timeline. He was very capable. This is my son, the doctor, right? Like, he's very capable, but had just not had the same timeline. So certainly test scores that year looked like they looked, and it just took intentional work to fill that gap for him. So I think when we Madam Chair, you mentioned that, when the mindset shifted from every child has the capacity to, we're just not going to get there with every student. I personally observed that to have been No Child Left Behind, when the target was 100% of our kids will reach that milestone. I think that's when we begin to see people saying, well, there are certain kids who can show growth and improvement, but their abilities are never going to peak at 100% of the test score rate. So I think being mindful of things like that, I think that matters. And then I would point us to the Diploma Plus concept. The Portrait of a Graduate, I think, is developed. I would love to hear more. I think that's a state board. I think there is information we would benefit from receiving so that we can help understand the current landscape, because a student who graduates with the certifications to go into a field, how many parents today can say, my student has a semester's worth of college credit already under their belt or whatever. So I think we should be cognizant of those more modern approaches to things that are in the works.
And I think for us to be able to do that, we have got to get our measurement systems far more robust than we are. And poor Dr. Harwood, because you've got me harping all the time on, we've got our new longitudinal system and our new digital cum folders, and I'm hoping they are able to work in harmony and let us get to some of these things. And it's not just what type of diploma. What does our diploma say what we want it to say? Are we measuring we talked about measuring the effectiveness of the building, the district, and I think we have to measure the effectiveness of teachers too. All of those parts, because I'm a big believer in the teacher, and that's the most important place that you start inside of a classroom. And that's why I believe that for me, philosophically, funding starts with the teacher.
May I follow up? Thank you. Just as an update, we have engaged with the Department of Education, the Children's Cabinet. We have entered into a data sharing agreement to share the early childhood data that we have from the work that we do. The process is in play to match the data, which it takes time when there's not a common unique identifier. We will address that moving forward. Prospectively, we'll use a common identifier so that the matching process does not take that level of intensity. And the holy grail is to be able to replicate what TOP has been able to show, to take a look at the data from kids that we know received certain subset of services before entering kindergarten, and then watching how they do over time.
Thank you. And I'm going to surprise Representative Getz that I did not forget him. I think you're my last victim.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mine would be, I would definitely agree with the special education. It's personal. Most of you know that. And just how broad it affects when it's not there and it's money's having to be moved to different places, and just answering that in a way that we all agree on and feel like we're moving in the same direction. Reading, these are really not mine, but they're still two top ones. But I think one that kind of pulls it together for me is, what we're doing here. I feel like we're trying to reach some sort of clarity. And I feel like that comes with a lot of R&D, a lot of research and development. And I don't want to get in the habit of, oh, here's the problem. It's kind of whack-a-mole. And we're fixing that problem, we're going to the next problem, and it's always because there's not clarity about where we clearly want to end up 30 years from now in education. So, that if it's already there in KSDE, that there is research and development around what Kansas needs to be developing in our education system. What's not there the AI stuff, it's coming. And are we ready for it at all? And are we informed so we can make decisions, or are we going to get a bill at the beginning of session and have to vote on it in a few weeks and not really understand the weight of it? And so I guess a part of it for me would be some sort of larger R&D that is funded, that is kind of the think tank for education for the state. And I know that's probably kind of already in the scope of our department, but they also have so much other stuff to do that what can get put aside, and that's a really important part for making these sort of decisions, is having that clarity long-term, but then being able to have great or the best information, and it not just be what we've recently pulled up. It's the best information that our people who know our state have researched around, and they've developed a plan to implement that in our state. So it's not really anything we've talked about, but it's just how could we invest in that sort of R&D for our educational system in our formula that is part of what we do in this funding formula, that we either carve out something that goes to that, and what would that cost? I don't know. But just in trying to synthesize what I've been hearing, great feedback from everybody. Thank you so much, and thank you to great leadership that's allowing it. And anyway, mine would be clarity and invest in some sort of R&D project for education. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Moore.
I haven't been sitting here not listening to every word that's been said, but I think one of the things that concerns me is the lack of highly qualified educators that we have. And truth be told, the heavy work that the educators today are having to perform every day. We have 1,600 unfilled positions that people have told us about. We have speech therapists, OTs, PTs, we can't find them. They aren't available. So what we're paying is telehealth at $90 or more an hour, where I could be paying $50 for a local person. So there are hidden costs that I think that we really need to look at. And professional development being cut from the budget has an extreme impact on systems. We're trying to get teachers trained in literacy. We were using federal dollars. We found out the federal dollars were taken away from us on a Friday at 5 o'clock. We got the notice that said the money had been pulled back, $22 million. We had plans for that money for professional development. So I think we can't overlook the needs that we have in the field. And one of those needs is getting our teachers trained. And you think they come through college and they have that experience, but those of you that have been in a classroom, that first year you walked into that classroom, how prepared were you for the students that you faced that day? And you have students moving in and moving out constantly. So then you have to adapt, and you have the lesson plans. When you have less teachers, you're having more kids in your classroom. That means less quality time. Reading group time, if I got 10 or 15 minutes with the student a day, that was a good amount of time. Does that really meet the needs of our at-risk students to meet our standards at grade level? We need to be providing more opportunities. We need to be finding a way to get people qualified to be in classrooms and to provide support services. And once we get there, then we have a baseline that will be our standard to measure from on how we're making progress with our students. It's very frustrating to me to be talking to staff who say, I have all these openings and I have no candidate pool. So, I mean, I just have to call that out as an issue that I see as critical and important in any funding formula to support the people that are delivering the mission and vision every day.
Thank you very much. I think we've gotten everybody. I'll turn it back to, Dr. Nunswander.
I just had one thing I wanted to add as a note, because I spent most time talking about foundation, which specifically does refer to the base. But the other part of the foundation is, if you think back, you know, kindergarten was half day of school for most of us, and it was funded half day. But then we found 90% of the kids in the state were going full day, and then the legislature funded it full day. We're now at a space in 3- and 4-year-old. We are starting a 3- and 4-year-old preschool next year because our community, our parents families don't have availability. They have to go out of district. We're offering it half day for those that want it, but we're also offering it full day because we know a lot of our families wouldn't be able to come just half day. And we only have 2 families that are choosing half day. The rest are full day. So for our at-risk kids, with the funding being half, I guess just note, I think as a state, we're going to get to a point where we will be providing full-day services from 7:30 to 4:30 for all of our kids, but 2 families. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to get them there. So we might see, like we did with kindergarten, moving it to a full day. If you're offering it for those kids, that might be something we want to look at for 3- and 4-year-old at-risk kids that are attending a full day. Because otherwise, we're still trying to figure out, and we'll have to come up with some way to pay for that other half day. And we'll figure it out, but I see that in the future. So it might be something to have on our radar to think about now.
Okay, did we miss anyone, or is there anything anybody would like to add? Okay, I appreciate everyone's participation. I know that was a long discussion, but think it's important that we all listen. And I did hear some common areas that I think there is agreement on. That's very helpful to know as we plan out where our focus will be. And it, again, was kind of reaffirming because when the vice chair and I met, one of the things we talked extensively about was, and other states do this, we have seen front-loading, some waiting to make sure our kiddos get off on the right foot in that early part of their educational experience. We know that if they aren't reaching certain milestones, just like we do developmentally as a parent, if they're not reaching certain milestones at a certain point, we know we need to do something to help that child catch up. Kind of the same thing here educationally. And so looking at ways that maybe we can take some of that. I've said it, I'll continue to say it. I think one of our biggest at-risk populations are those students who cannot read at the level we need them to read. Is there a way to take some of the at-risk funding and put that to make sure we can provide those supports, whether it's the summer school immersive initiative like Mississippi does? You know, if they've got a kid behind, they fund intensive summer, what do they call them? Summer literacy camps, I think is what they're called. They also provide intensive tutoring at that early stage. They don't wait till they get up, you know, to 9th, 10th, 11th grade before they do that. So to the point of that return on investment that we make early, is there opportunity there? So that was one of the things we kind of wanted to bring forward to say, does that make sense? And it sounds like there may be some interest in looking at what would that look like? How would we do that? Where would that money come from? But I think, in my opinion, that's an appropriate use of at-risk funding for those kiddos who aren't reading where they should be by, you know, first, second, third grade that we would expect them to. Some of the other things that we kind of took notes on is measuring effectiveness. And we heard differing views on that, but how are we going to measure effectiveness on multiple data points, not just taking one assessment or one data point and hanging our hat on that? Also explore the meaning of a Kansas diploma. We've been looking at some interesting ideas of weighted diplomas out there. I know that some school districts in Kansas do this as a way to determine their valedictorian and so forth, that a student who takes very basic entry-level courses and gets a 4.0 doesn't have the same status as a 4.0 student who takes physics and all those advanced classes. And there was some discussion about, should there be differentiated diploma type? We heard a little bit around that. So maybe just something to look at. Incentives, and the rate of progress. How do we sort that out? So we will try to summarize that and get that to task force members in order to kind of make sure that we are understanding as we keep looking for ideas to bring forward, to maybe think outside the box and hit some of the things that we are saying are important and priorities as we go through the process. So are there any, as we wrap this conversation up and move on to our last item of business, Senator Gossage.
Just very quickly, Madam Chair, I've always believed as a former manager that we should look at ground up. No, not top down, and we're not doing that. We are looking from ground up, but I'm wondering if we've heard from principals, superintendents regarding this, and I know you all are meeting with some of them at different points, that they could easily say, boy, if it were left up to me, or you know what I would tell the committee is, I wish they would change this formula, or this one doesn't make sense. You know, what would be helpful to us is if. Are you bringing that, may I ask, if that's being brought forward from, are we hearing these suggestions or recommendations from ground up?
Dr. Harwood.
So I haven't heard those specifically yet. I mean, when you look at, as the task force, this is the first time the task force has really started talking about different weightings and what they would look like. So in the month of June, I'll be at 7 different places across the state talking to superintendents and business officials about and doing update about this. So I can add that in there of what are your priorities and write them down and see what I get. So I could bring that back in July as this is what we heard. Now, the other thing I will say is that Dr. Nineswander is on here representing small districts and or rural districts is what it said, and Dr. Gibson is representing urban districts. So we've also tried to say that if you have suggestions, reach out to any of the 3 of us, and we can make sure we bring them up.
I'm adding that to the agenda for July as we speak, because that's one of my housekeeping items, is to let folks know kind of where we're headed. So thank you for that. That I think that's invaluable, and I think that's one of the reasons that we picked some of the folks around the table, is to try as best we can without, you know, individually trying to survey or contact them, that we hopefully have those voices at the table best we can to be practical. Dr. Ninswander.
So, Chair, can't say Chair anymore, but I still call you Chair. Jim Porter and I will be on tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with probably 130 plus superintendents. Then I know Dr. Gibson also has the larger and urban suburban districts that he will be meeting with. And as Dr. Harwood said, we're now finally getting into what some things might look like or what to consider. So I'm sure they'll give more input and feedback, and we will, once we get into that, we will be scheduling other meetings just to get their input. So if the chair has ideas of maybe at some point to bring a select or whatever in, we can help coordinate that.
You. I'm hearing that would be helpful. Not that we don't trust the voices at the table, but sometimes hearing it from multiple stakeholders would be good. And as we deal with what is the impact of what we're talking about on those who are actually going to have to implement and live it, I think that's always an important perspective to take into account. So appreciate that. Yes, Dr. Harwood.
I mean, if that's the direction we're going, I mean, so the superintendents and business officials will have the best understanding of the funding formula. Teachers, by and large, don't necessarily have a great understanding of the funding formula, but if you're going to ask about what are the things that are impacting where the work actually happens, having teachers here as well. We have a number of people at the table that are former teachers, but last time I was in the classroom was 2002, so that's been a little bit. So I think that would also be something that could be considered.
Agree, teachers typically don't, dive in unless they're a glutton for punishment into the details of the funding formula. So, yeah, I think that's spot on. Anything else as we wrap up this item on the agenda? Okay. So moving on to the next is discussion on transportation or anything, any other weighting that we want to wrap up. I think that we have maybe throughout the presentations been able to identify some additional information we want. I'm sensing there's some desire from the task force to be able to really kind of let what we've been given sink in, and I'm sure that that will spark some additional questions or information they would like to see. By no means when we leave here does that mean you can't make those requests or let us know those questions, and we will get those taken care of. So yesterday afternoon, we did have the presentation on transportation, but did not have a chance to really talk a lot about it. So I want to give the opportunity. Is there anything that we did not address about transportation or ask staff to be looking at in the meantime that we would like to, at this time, let them know? Dr. Harwood.
So actually, there's two things I'd like to bring up. One is the 110% cap. I think that's, I don't know why it was put in place, but I just looked at it before. There are 32 districts that are currently capped. They are receiving less funding than the formula calculates to about $3 million. Representative Getz district talks about it the most because they are the most impacted. But just that idea of why we have that artificial cap, when some of that increase could be because of increased students, which would be there. The other one I would like to talk about at some point, this is kind of down the road, is the transportation weighting is not really a weighting. We calculate an amount of money, and then we divide it by the base to get a weighting, which we then turn around and multiply by the base to figure out the general fund. Do we do the same thing with special education? I think we can simplify things if we don't artificially create weightings if the funding formula is actually determining an amount of money. So that's just, it doesn't make a difference for the funding, but it does confuse things that it sounds like we're funding the students transported, and that's not what we're doing. We're making an FTE from what we are saying are the allowable funding costs that we're doing. So that's kind of, but that's something to think about as we get to the end.
Thank you. And just so we all know, on our next meeting, we do have an item for transportation weighting follow-up, just because we know this is a big topic. And so we will add, in addition to Dr. Harwood's update from his across the state visits with staff, but just so you do know, we do already have that on the agenda. So this is not the last train out of the station. Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, to answer the question of why, the cap was, remember 2017, we were doing some gymnastics because we had the 2-year block grant that had repealed everything, frozen funding in place at 2015 levels, and we had to anticipate the effect of lifting the freeze on funding and the mechanics of what that meant because student growth had happened or decline or all of those things. So that is one feature of the work that had to be dealt with. The cap was put in because we had information that, again, there were districts whose rate of increase was more than where the cap got set, and there was a desire to limit the financial cost of funding this particular component of the formula. So it was just a desire, and I would put it in the category of things we tried in the real world are not working maybe as intended or create unintended consequences that we ought to be looking at for many different reasons. So that's the thought behind it was, sure, fuel rates are going to go up, and inflation costs if you have to replace equipment or pay the salaries to a third-party vendor or whatever the dynamics are. but there was a desire to control that rate increase. So that's kind of the why of that. And I think you made a point I was just going to make. It is even in the wording in the statute. This is an allowance. This is not a cost. It's not anchored as a reimbursement for costs. So is that the right approach? I don't have that answer. I think we learned things would end up costing a whole lot more if we were reimbursing actual costs. Things would cost a whole lot more if you change different variables. But I think it's important for us to explore what those variables are, what they look like today, and what we might want to do from here.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly from our examination of what other states do, having some type of cap on that is not terribly unusual. For some reason, I'm thinking there's a state that has like 130%, just so that we don't see those tremendous spikes, but I could be wrong on that. And there is also, for the committee's benefit, there's also an LPA audit on transportation that I did not, I guess, bring with me from my office, but, so I'm going off of memory, which is scary. But in the audit, I need to know if this is still the case or if this has been changed, Nick. It was that we provide funding for students who live 2.5 miles or more from school and meet one of 3 criteria. Are you familiar with that? Are those still applicable? Now, that's what's in statute, but we also apply funding for those who live 2.5 miles or more that, for example, live within the city limit. If the student lives within the city limit or the school's outside the city limit, or there were 3 qualifiers in order to qualify for the weighting, but then we apply additional funding for those who live within the city or the schools within the city. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about that's in that audit? And if so, is that still what's in statute?
So I'm thinking the audit might have been describing how the curve of best fit was calculated with regard to determining the transportation weighting funding. And generally that curve of best fit was solely looking at the students that were 2.5 miles or more that the district was making transportation available for. Just 2.5 miles or more students, transportation made available. The formula and the curve of best fit was factored on that. Now, what state law requires for school districts to provide for transportation differs from that a little bit. There are those certain requirements in state law that a school district has to provide transportation for students who are 2.5 miles or more and outside of a city limit, and the school's inside the city. If they're So yes, once that audit came out, and I think it was a 2017 audit, that is what spurred the 2018 change to the statute to install that, if you recall, that figure, the density range, had all the density ranges and the amount of per capita amounts that would be authorized to be expended per transported student. That whole figure was developed using the density cost model from the prior formula. And in 2018, it did apply a minimum level of funding for those very dense districts. So in other words, the dense districts that don't have very much territory to travel to transport students, as opposed to the districts that aren't very dense and have a lot of miles to travel to transport students. So yes, that 2018 change did apply a minimum level of funding for those extremely dense districts. And I think ultimately what was going to happen is that audit came out and the audit found that KSDE was applying a minimum amount of funding, and there was a certain dollar threshold that was associated with that. And had that continued, had the current curve of best fit methodology continued without the minimum, there was going to be a loss of funding for certain districts. So it was a legislative choice to make that change in 2018 and apply that kind of new methodology based on the old methodology, but then also cut it off at a minimum threshold so that districts didn't lose funding ultimately.
So if I'm understanding right, we codified what they were doing in practice. Is that basically, in layman's terms, what we did in 2018?
Yes. But then you use the stepped approach where there's the density ranges rather than it being on a complete curve. But
Correct.
essentially,
Okay,
yes.
I understand that. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very interesting discussion. So if a district, so this is an allowance, right? We were told this is an allowance based upon your FTE and of students that would need, and if you were providing what the state requires you to do, you should be transporting this many students and it should cost X. So here's your allowance. It's not actually a reimbursement, we were told, right? So what if the allowance is higher than they actually spent? Are those monies required to stay within that fund? Can they use it for something else? What is the stipulation on that?
So transportation monies, to my knowledge, aren't required to go into a specific fund. I think districts report their transportation expenditures. I wonder if they still do under the formula.
Dr. Harvey?
I mean, they have to because there's the 110% cap. So
Well,
they're
the 110% cap is over their allowance from the year before. So we do get some reporting from that. I'll have to look and see what it is, but we don't use it for funding purposes because the funding is based on a formula. But we do have some transportation reporting we'll have to look at.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, so ultimately they are capped at if their expenditure, from the prior year, or if their expenditures are exceeding 110% of, well, it's if the money they would receive exceeds 110% of what they received the prior year, then they'd be capped at that 110% threshold.
Thank you.
Dr. Harwood, to go back to your, wanting to look at that cap, do you have anything specific in mind that you think might be helpful in addressing some of the discrepancies that we're, trying to get at through this conversation?
So, and we'll look at what information we have on comparison between the transportation allowance and the transportation costs if they were reported to us. I think it seems, I'll just say unfair, that a district is capped at 110% when the reason that they may have gone up is because of increased enrollment. And then so now they have more students to transport, but they can't get, they can't get that. And so I think just looking at if it is a funding allowance based on the number of students and the density, then why is there a cap why did we get this cap in the first place that it can't be more than 110% if that's what the formula calculated? And it sounded like it was, we don't know what's going to happen when we change this formula, and we're changing so many things in the formula, we want to make sure we're controlling the costs. That's no longer the case. We know what the cost would be if we lifted the cap. It'd be about $2.3 million to 32 districts. And so if the original rationale was we don't know what's going to happen, well, now we do. So does it make sense to kind of reset that at this time and then go forward saying what that is? Because if a district's costs, actually, if the district's allowance is going up by more than 10%, it's related to the number of students they're transporting or are eligible, or number of students who are eligible for transportation. That's different than the number of students they're transporting, so.
And so there was some discussion in the audit about how we're counting kids, whether they're just the students that are actually there or have been offered transportation, or there's some definition around how they're counted. I don't know if that's still relevant today, if that's still how that's done, but I know there was some conversation about distinguishing between those different ways of how students are counted. Do you know if that's still the case, Nick or Dr. Harwood?
Yeah. It is, the formula is based on the number of students that live more than 2.5 miles by the shortest route to their building of attendance, regardless of whether or not they ride the bus or not.
Yes, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, which goes back to the question we were saying about reporting. You seemed unsure as to whether they're reporting. We spent X amount of dollars because we had X amount of students that participated, and therefore we had X amount left over because not all those kids actually rode the bus.
So there is transportation reporting. Sitting here, I don't remember what the form has all on it, so I'm just reluctant to say it's one thing or another. I will say that in my experience, the allowance does not cover the cost of transportation, so I don't think there are districts that would be in that situation. I can't say that there's not one or two of them out there, but again, my experience would be that the allowance does not cover the total cost. And so even though there's not another fund for it, specific fund for it to go to, I can't imagine that there's leftover transportation funds.
What about districts that are having a reduction in enrollment?
So then as long as they're losing students that are also 2.5 miles away, then they would get a reduction in funding.
Thank you.
Senator Petty.
So I just wanted to make sure I understand. So school districts are only getting funded for if they, whatever their population is of that body, let's say it's 5,000, then they're only getting funded for those that live 2.5 miles away. If they are transporting, like I worked in a school district that transports everybody, they're not getting funded for everybody. They're only getting funding for if they live 2.5 miles.
That is correct. And so, and in some districts actually charge a fee for students that are getting transferred that are less than 2.5 miles. That's allowed because, one, they're not required to provide that transportation and they're not funded for it. Other districts, if you're along the route, they'll pick anybody up that wants to come. Others just, some districts, again, as Mr. Porter talked about yesterday, some districts have set up those barriers where it could literally be across the street, but they're transporting because the street is a 4-lane divided highway. So
yeah, that was the case in the district that I still live in, but that doesn't have hardly any sidewalks, and so it was called safe. And we talked about safe routes to school. It's called safe route to school. So they made the decision, and have continued to do that. Still have no sidewalks though.
And I don't believe, it's just number of students. We don't differentiate between like elementary school age or middle school who are dependent on that transportation versus high school students, there's no differentiation there, correct?
No, and part of the reason for that is that even if a high school student starts off not riding the bus, things happen in a teenager's lives where they're no longer allowed to drive the car, and then now they're riding the bus. And so the school district has to be able to provide a seat for them. Same is true when the weather's bad and they say you're not driving to school, you're going to take the bus. So, I mean, from the school district perspective, they're required to provide that transportation if it's wanted. So that gets in a little bit about how full do you do your routes for how many kids you think are going to ride every day or might possibly ride on any day. And that can be, some days the buses are really full and some days they're not.
We were kind of chuckling here because as a former high school, there's nothing more powerful that a parent can do than to threaten to take the keys away from a high schooler and have them have to be at the bus stop and crawl up those steps and get on with a bunch of second and third graders to ride to school. It's an effective motivator, let me tell you. So that was the reason for the chuckles. Thank you, appreciate that. I'm sorry, yes, Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of touching on what was just discussed. I mean, what we dealt with was the concept that bus service, you've got to map out those routes. And then you can't ebb and flow on any given day if 10 kids ride, not 30 or whatever. So, and I know on our street, every day there was out of the group of kids that qualified, it wasn't the same set of us on any given day or whatever. So I think the idea at the time in 2017 was, and I will say it was not within the House committee process that this weighting was developed. It was on the Senate side. So the nitty gritty, I wasn't in the room, but it was really about audit findings and kind of that feeling that a district shouldn't, just like the concept of 30 or 40% more than the prior year was something that the legislature wanted to grapple with and get a lid on. And I think we just did it with a mallet and not a surgical instrument, right? Because there are incidents where it is valid that costs increase because a new building opened in a district or whatever. So we did not use that precision. So just knowing that it was to limit the amount of what looked on paper like unreasonable growth in certain areas. And so, if there's a more precise way to get at allowing for growth and change and more bus routes and more riders, then so be it. Yeah.
I know every transportation director and superintendent in the state breathed a huge sigh of relief that school wasn't in session when we got those torrential downpours, because I know intersections all over Wichita were closed. It would have been a nightmare to try to get kids to and from a transportation. Sometimes we don't think about those geographical issues that have to deal with, infrastructure that has to deal with transporting students. And so what seems fairly straightforward and simple, is never as straightforward and simple as what we think. So, Dr. Ninswander.
Mine was pretty much covered with the available versus actual kids in the seat. Now, I'm pretty sure my neighbor's not watching, because I always give him a hard time, because half the time the bus stops in front of his house, half the time one of the parents has taken their child. And I'm like, that drives our transportation director crazy when they get 50 calls every morning. We're on the bus, we're not on the bus. So, but it was covered.
I'm looking at stuff. It looks like they're poised to give us some information. Matthew?
Madam Chair, members of the task force, I was able to kind of roughly put together and possibly answer that question on districts receiving more aid than cost. And so utilizing the cost reported from Data Central and then their aid from Legal Max, it does look like about 61 districts received more state aid than they had in reported transportation costs per this KSD report.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Representative Estes.
All right, I almost asked a question in response to what Dr. Nineswander said, and that kind of puts it out there. So Dr. Nineswander, I remember when my kids were in school, our school district cut the number of bus stops dramatically because they estimated what every time they braked a bus to stop cost in terms of tires and brakes, and they really had penciled out those costs. Is that unusual, or do you guys pencil out that cost? And how close together do districts typically make their bus stops?
Dr. Nineswander.
Thank you. I think we don't. I mean, so we have a section in our general fund where all of our transportation expenses are coded. I think they said in 2003, there was a transportation fund for some reason that was zeroed out, and it's all now just part of the general fund. We know exactly how much we spend, but our routes are based on the uniqueness of our district, which is 20 miles northeast of here. We have 2 rural communities, but then we have 18 subdivisions around. So our bus routes are based on every kid that we have to have available services. And so we have more routes than the normal district our size, because only about 5% of our kids live within 2.5 miles. So we have to base it on availability of seats for those kids that are. So most of our buses are full, and there are rare occasions, but our transportation director may have to send a van out because of buses at capacity. So we don't back into where on brakes and wheels we have to do it on, because most of our buses are full.
Thank you, and I think Dr. Harwood.
Dr. Harwood.
So, the idea of bus stops is going to depend on student density. And so a really rural district is not going to have any bus stops because it's half a mile between houses, and so they're just going to have to stop at all of them. When you get to the more suburban or urban areas, then you start looking at where are the clusters of students, and if you have sophisticated enough transportation software, it plots them out. And then the district is going to have some general rule of thumb about how far is too far to walk to a bus stop. And that could be a block or 2 or those kinds of things. Then they're just going to look at where is the safe place for the bus to stop. That's going to be more important than how many stops there are. But I think the stopping part also is then the more times you stop, the longer the route takes, which adds to the time that the students are on the bus. And so you're trying to minimize the stops and maximize the ridership. And so that's goes in there. And then the miles you have to travel, all those things work in there. I've not seen a lot of districts that really look at, it costs us 2.5 cents every time we apply the brakes or anything like that. So, but it's much more about safety is first, and then what's reasonable, and then what's the density like.
Thank you.
And when in Wichita, when I was a principal at a middle school that was a magnet school, so we transported students from all over the city, and transportation drove our start and end times because we only had so many buses. And so we started school at 6:50 in the morning because we were the first stop. We had, oh, it's been a while. I think we had like 60 buses snaking, we called it the snake, snaking through because then they had to go and pick up their middle school students and also we had a lot of students who we were very cognizant about what students had to be transported based on they needed a high school student to stay home with the grade school student or middle school student until the bus came. And so the staggered start times were very much driven by transportation needs. And so in some of those big areas, I mean, it's very multifaceted. And so I know that has nothing to do with our funding, but it is a very big issue for districts. Senator Petty.
I actually worked in a district that had similar things occur. But I did want to ask, and this is moving off this funding a little bit, but it has to do with transportation. Has having monitors on the school buses, has that become a more common occurrence with school districts? And I'd say in the last 5 to 10 years.
Dr. Ninswan.
Yeah, we have cameras and monitors on the inside of all our buses, and I think we're to the point we're about halfway on the outside.
I wasn't very clear about that. I understand about the cameras, but I was talking about a person, an adult monitor on the school bus, elementary school buses. You're talking about a physical piece of equipment.
Yeah, yes, I apologize. We have cameras on the inside of them all. We have the only vehicles that we have an adult monitor outside of the driver is if we have students with a special need or something that calls for that.
Okay, thanks. I was just curious if that was developing into regular practice.
Dr. Harwood.
Yeah, there could be districts that have enough behavior problems on the bus that for some period of time, they're putting an additional person on the bus to monitor that. I've seen that with at different times. It's less common that on a regular education bus that there would be a non-driver monitor unless something happened and you needed one. Special education, that monitor could be a paraeducator, could be, I mean, in some cases, it could be a registered nurse. Just depends on what the student's needs are.
Anything else on this topic? I'm sensing that we have reached our capacity on conversation for today. And I will let you know that we do have tentatively on our July agenda that we will look at-risk weighting. We do have on the agenda to do follow-up on transportation and bilingual because we know this has been a lot of runs, a lot of information. Want to give you time to mull that over and come back. So we do have time built into any follow-up on this. So, and then we will look forward to Dr. Harwood's update on what he is hearing about what we've been talking about from superintendents across the state. And Dr. Nunswander or Mr. Porter, if you have anything you wish to report, we will build that in as well as kind of an update to get information from stakeholders. In August, remember our change dates, the 13th and 14th, and we have that day and a half blocked out solely for special education. So that's when we will really start digging into that. So that's what we have planned. We are flexible. If we need more time on one subject or less on one, we will adapt as we go to hopefully maximize our time. Is there anything from staff? Jennifer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the bilingual ones that the weighting models that we did today, when we were talking about that 2 weighting, we were saying that that was done at a high level where we were using the medians or the means at that point. The question that I had was whether that is a direction this task force is wanting to look at further, in which case we can do a run that would be closer to the correct amounts. With that, we just weren't going to go down that path and if that is not a direction that the task force is interested in looking at seriously.
Would anyone like to have those runs? Okay, I'm seeing a couple of yes, maybe. So just to be safe, if we could get that, that would be helpful. So appreciate that offer. Anything else clarifying or questions from staff? Okay. Yes, Jennifer?
If you give us about 5 minutes, I think we will have the transportation LPA audits to hand out to all of you. So if we could just pause for 5 minutes, then you could walk out with them to review as you want before the next meeting as well.
Okay, while we're waiting for those to arrive, is there anything from the task force? Any other comments, questions? Dr. Harwood?
So one of the things we talked about with low enrollment was we asked staff to look at some other states and how they had done low enrollment. Is that, I mean, that does not have to be in July. I just didn't want to lose track of that. That's something else we wanted to look at. I'm fine with looking at some of those when we're ready to start putting things together, because at some point we have to say, well, if you do this one and this one and this one, it looks okay, but this one and this one don't look okay. So I just wanted to make sure that was still on the radar somewhere.
I believe so. Let's verify. Jennifer?
Yes, we will have additional runs for the low and high enrollment. When exactly the committee wants to bring them up will be a matter that the committee needs to decide.
And I have told staff to prioritize the next topic, and then as follow-up, and they have time to fill in with those additional requests, then we will absolutely circle back and make sure that by the end of our time together that we have at least covered all of those bases. Yep, Mr. Moore?
I wanted to share that you did receive the 16-page document on English for speakers of other languages. It was passed out during the lunch, so you might want to review that. If you have any questions, you can contact Twyla Sprouse or Emily Smith or Scott. Emily Scott is our Title III lead, so I think it would be great if you had a chance to look it over. It answers a lot of the questions that came up earlier.
Thank you. Senator Petty.
So I just wanted to clarify. So we are getting a copy of the transportation post audit. It was done in 2017, but the legislation actually changed in 2018. Okay.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to check and make sure that we're going to get some information on how newcomer is defined by other states who use tiered bilingual weightings.
Jennifer?
Yes, Madam Chair, we will have that as well. That is in the follow-up grouping of information that we are working on.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Anything else? Okay, if you would like to have a copy, a hard copy of that audit, I'm not going to say you have to sit here and wait for that. If you would like to, please feel free to hang out or visit. Seeing no other business, any other business? Thank you for all of your participation and input. It's invaluable. We are adjourned.